Hello. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. How are you? Does that mean that you are here today? Does that mean that today you have. Hello, our family. Does that mean that today you have time to be here? That you're not anywhere, not home today? I have bad news for you, gigglers. You just got here from university. Oh, okay. The bad news is observe. But it's okay. You love me watching, sort of, maybe, possibly, hopefully. I'll make it a bit quieter. Spoken from the sword, handed down from the stone. Bad news. This is also the game from which we have lost this save. Now this story can be told. The story of the brave giggling. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing this now. Did you know? I'm gonna be talking about a few things. I'm gonna show you a few books as well. A few new books about a very interesting topic if you're interested. You're probably interested. That's why you watch this stream. Look at this. I'm gonna be taking this right now. The Kingdom of Ivalice. Don't worry. We're gonna be mostly replaying what we've done already during reacts to other material. We're gonna be bored. Do you know who this is? This is Queen's elder brother Larg. I bet you did not know this. Hello, Noel. Noel, do you like Final Fantasy Tactics? Have you ever played Final Fantasy Tactics? Also, you're just in time because I'm taking the blocker and the estrogen pill. Look. This is how the blocker is packaged. And this is a very nice way in which the estrogen, estrofem. Oh, interesting. This is what we're playing today. Which ones have you played? Because there are free Final Fantasy Tactics games. Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, and Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced 2. Which ones have you played? Let's wait for the trailer. Oh, then you're gonna be... Oh my goodness. Okay. What I have to say is Final Fantasy Tactics is a bit more... How should I say? Gritty than Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. You're gonna see. I think you're gonna like it still though. But it has a very political plot. And I'm sure some British people would be very angry about that. Because it takes away everything that we love and all of our immersions. But unfortunately, this one has a lot of politics in it. About inequality, but especially about inequality between the common people and the nobles. Let's see if it will show us a trailer of Jobs. Oh, this is like a story trailer. It does, of course. It's a woke game. Oh God, please save us, thy sinful children of Evelis. The Lion War. Is the truth only what we can see? Blame yourself or God. See yourself a pronoun. Already the wokeness. Remember how Father taught us to play that red flute? Where did we go astray? We. That's pronoun in the plural. Okay, I want to show you the job trailer. Okay, let's watch the job trailer. Crazy, I know. And it's from the 90s. Already such wokeness. Goodness. I don't know what to say. I mean, I do know what to say, but there aren't pronouns in the Bible. That's true. In pronouns, they either say name or that person every single time. That person, this person, person, human, you know? Who is that? Oh, you mean that person. Maybe that should be the third option in Starfield. That person. Oh, jobs. Squire. Training day and night to become good fighters. They aren't too useful in the beginning. They fucking pronouns. They attack with a wide knowledge of paradigms, a very valuable party member, especially for backup. Knight. Physically and spiritually strong, they learn powerful new techniques by mastering sword skills. Archer. With superhuman eyesight, they use bows against long-distance enemies. Again with the day. Monk. Martial art experts who have disciplined their minds and bodies for years. This is too fast for me. White Mage. Best at healing and aiding allies in battle. They fight to protect the weak and defeat the forces of darkness. Black Mage. Create flame and thunder from their spirit using their powerful magic, not to destroy but to protect allies. Time Mage. Use time magic to control time and space, extremely useful allies. Summoner. Summon powerful monsters from the other side, making them fight for them. Thief. With agile bodies, quick hands, they use various stealing techniques to confuse enemies. Geomancer. How many jobs does this have? All objects under heaven and earth are there his weapon. His! Pronouns. His. Imitating flying dragons, those knights created a unique way of fighting, skilled with spears. Samurai. Expert swordsmen who train to master their fear. The katana sword from the Far East, something something. Ninja or ninja. Fighting enemies in darkness, they pursue their mission without fear of death. They can throw weapons. Chocobo. Huge birds usually used for transportation. Great allies in battle. Goblin. A vicious looking monster that fights more aggressively barehanded than with weapons. Bomb. Oh my goodness. Created by mixing evil spirits with fire. Before dying, they explode, damaging all enemies. Ghoul. Restless wandering souls of the dead. They can move over any surface. What? Oh. Ariman. Goblins are real. That's true. Dragon. Villain of villains, monster of monsters. Its incredible strength and agility. Something, something. I didn't make it to read it. Okay. So since our saves got purged, you're going to see this game from the beginning. Let's check once more. Also, this game has really good soundtrack. You probably have noticed already. New game. I am Al-Azlam, a scholar of ancient Ivali's history. Have you ever heard of the Lion War? That's true. That's true, they all have. It divided Ivali's in two over who would be the successor to the throne. It ended with the appearance of a young hero named Delita. Everybody living here knows this here's tale. But we also know that what we see with only our eyes alone isn't necessarily the truth. Here's a young man. He's the youngest son of the noble Beowulf, pillars of knighthood. There's no record of his playing an active part in history, but according to the Duray report, released last year, concealed for many years by church, this unknown man is the true hero. The church claims he was a blasphemer and an anarchist, the root of all evil. But is this the truth? Won't you join me on a journey for the truth? Before that, please tell me your name and birthday. We'll just go with Ramza. What up, but down the controller. So damn brave start. Old school PlayStation 1 style. One of the more serious Final Fantasy games, by the way. The true game begins now. You'll see. You'll see its atmosphere right away. Orban Monastery. God, please help us, sinful children of Evilis. Princess Ovelia, let's go. Just a moment, Agrias. The guards have already arrived. Princess, don't give Agrias trouble. Please hurry. What's going on? It's been nearly an hour. Don't be rude to the Princess, Gavgarian. Is this going to be alright, Agrias? This is an urgent issue for us. So there are rude knaves even among the Hokten. I'm being more than kind to the guard captains here. Besides, we're mercenaries hired by the Hokten. I'm not obliged to show respect to you. What? How dare you? Enough. Let's go. Go with God. You too, Simon. Lady Agrias, the enemy. Prince Goltana's men. What one must do to make money. What, Ramza, you have a problem too? I'm no longer a knight, just a mercenary like you. That's right. Well then, let's go. Oh God. Nice game, huh? So far so good. The crest of the Black Lion? What's wrong with Prince Goltana? He's such an idiot. Does he want to start a war? Nay, there's no point in resisting. Just give us the princess, or that beautiful face of yours will be scarred forever. Fool! Only idiots attack head-on. Leave this to us. We can't make money that way. Rad, Ramza, follow me. Kill them all. Don't leave any survivors. Nonsense, there's no need to kill them. That's just what Goltana wants us to do. Just let them go. That's impossible. Yoink. Ramza, guts. Life is short, very steady sword. So as you can see, this is quite different from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. It is very similar, but it's also quite different, you know? There are no judges here. And I would say that the story has a much more serious tone. I destroy you now. Boom. See? See what happens? You have two different of level ups in this game. Regular level up and job level up. That's why they're indicated by different little tune when it happens. We've almost won. They don't stand a chance against us. Wait, how? Finish him off, Gavgarian. The mustache man. There you go. His attacks actually heals him. Believe it or not. Uh-oh. So as you can see, that can happen as well. They can block with their shield. We were pretty far in this game when the save got purged. Oh, but it's okay. There are people here that have not seen it yet. Finish off our enemies. Agrias. No. What the hell? Gavgarian, are you gonna attack? Okay, it's done. We won. Let go of me. Damn. Come here, be quiet. Why should I listen to you? What an annoying princess. Wait. Tough. Don't blame us. Blame yourself. Or God. Oh God. Delita. You're alive, Delita, but why are you in Goltana's troops? Why? And this is the start of the game. What do you think? What do you think of the game so far? The PlayStation 1 classic. Delita's name appears for the first time a year before the Lion War broke out. Many soldiers who returned from the war had no jobs. This is a big political conflict. Little money and even less loyalty to the crown because they got screwed. Many became thieves and rebels, plotting rebellion against the royal family. What a slow text. I'm just gonna wait for it to unwind a bit. At that time, robbery and murder became commonplace in Ivalice. Many heroes and wizards came out of there, and Caroland was no exception either. Chapter 1, The Meager. This game is divided up into chapters: Military Academy, Audition. No, it's Auditorium. What am I blind? I heard another wagon bound for Igros was attacked. Must have been the Death Corps. Something's starting. Know anything, Delita? No, but I can guess. What do you mean? Prince Larg's coming to town. Prince Larg? Why? Not only Larg, but Marquis Elmdor of Limbury too. That's news. It's not an official visit, is it? There are danger zones everywhere in Ivalice. The Houghton Knights are in full operation, but suffering from a shortage of men. So they need us, cadets. Everyone fall in. You have a mission. As you know, barbarians are rapidly increasing here in Galleon. The traitorous Death Corps detest the royal family. We cannot overlook them. We will begin exterminating these traitors by order of our master. Larig's knights stationed at Igros Castle and many other groups will participate. Your duty is to support the flank. Specifically, you'll go to Igros and help guard it. Dots. Bye. Cadets, ready your swords. A gang of tortured thieves is trying to sneak into this town. We'll begin preparations now to keep them out of town. Come with me. This is the front line of operations. That's all. Prepare immediately. Do you want to save? Yes. This will be our first save ever. Saving. Save. Save done. Mira, Esquire. Carol. June. And I guess we're going to have to place Keith or Roland here for now. I guess you're in, Keith. This is your lucky day, Keith. Magic City Garoland. What's this? Just a bunch of kids. What luck. Okay, all we have to do is kill these kids. Then we can escape. Don't you worry. We'll kill every one of you. That sounds so brutal and mean. Mean-spirited. Ready? You thieves are weak. That's why you cannot do anything. Hopeless against me. Oof. Pull, 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 pull. Ramza, watch out. Don't rush them. Don't patronize me, Delita. I am also a Beowulf. Or a Beowulf. Beowulf? The Beowulf? So snot-nosed little nobles. Silence. Surrender or die in obscurity. What can a bunch of kids like you do? Bunch of spoiled punks like you'll never beat us. Yes, again. This is the land of injustice. Injustice. Whoop. One down. A couple of more to go, I guess. Come here. You think that will help you? It will not. Goodbye. Almost goodbye. Hello, monsieur. Hi, miss. Potion. And there we go. As you can see, this is the best option. Whoop. Now we get rid of the chemist. Or not. Oh no. Delita, help. Do something. Oh. Oh, thanks. For nothing. Oh, too high. We'll keep you from regenerating. Come, Delita, finish one of them off, please. There you go. Almost done with this mission, number 1. You gonna fight me? Uh-oh. Oh, targeting our chemist. How deplorable. How despicable. That is your big mistake. I think. There we go. You're done. Or not. How was the job level up? Hey, Delita, finish. Finish. What the hell? Oh, okay, never mind. Was one more enemy here. I underestimated your smarts, I guess. Run away. It's over now. Nothing can save you. Aha! Ramza is getting those lovely skills. There's nothing to inherit. Hello, Arkael! Oliver Farrell. Yo, where? Atomike? Who? What? I'm sorry? Hello, Oliver Ferlin. What do you mean, Atomike? I don't understand what you mean. Well, you know what? That's okay, because you're here. Also, I'm not sure if I've ever seen you here before. So as always... What? How did you find the stream? Also, as always, join the page. This is like a classic thing that I do when I see people that are new. I ask them how they found the stream. You know? It's like a tradition. A long-standing tradition. Uh-oh. Oh wow, how weak. Can I throw a stone? No. Look at this. Boom! We've done it. We were so brave. Why do you continue committing acts like robbery? You wouldn't have died this way if you'd led an honest life. Such a noble thing to do. As in, such a thing for a noble to say. As in, such a privileged thing to say. Mitchell knife. There you go. Privileged little punk, even though we are the protagonist. When you move, place the cursor on a map symbol you want to go to and press the circle button. When you are in castles, towns, etc., put the cursor on a map symbol and press the circle button. The command shop will appear for buying items. If you don't understand, press select button for a help message. When organizing units, saving data, etc., press the triangle button. The main command will appear. Tutorial is in the main command. Game rules, how to fight, setting up units, and game tips for beginners are listed. Wait, the options are missing. Why? This cannot be real. Oh well, whatever. What the hell? If you lived an honest life, says the person in denial about the natural power and hierarchy. True. Okay. That's I guess I can still buy things. There's something wrong here, Gigglers. Listen, knowing... Actually, as it turns out, living honestly means knowing your place, okay? Knowing your place in the hierarchy. Let's go to the store. Oh, there's nothing in the store. Alright. I don't know what's wrong with some of the menus, but I hope I can fix that somehow. Okay. Let's start with going through the... But before we go to a segment, I want to see something. Okay, we're gonna do something. In the meanwhile, while I'm fixing Final Fantasy Tactics, how are you? How are you all? How is everybody in the audience today? Do you feel happy? Do you feel happy and nice about everything today? Do you feel like everything's going better than ever before it went? Are you excited for today's stream? Duck. Wait, hold on. Duck station. Wait, hold on. Okay, Swan Station, I guess. No, 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 that's not what I wanted. Wow, such a quiet crowd today. One moment. Huh? As you can see, I always mute the... Wait, I have to check something. Oh my god. I hope everything's okay. Okay. My goodness. As you can see, I mute all my sneezes and different things. Okay. We're gonna run it. We're gonna see how that goes. We're gonna see if it fixes the problems with the game. And if not, well, that's gonna be tough. Missing options? No, 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 Gigglers. That's not good. You know what I mean? You understand my feelings about the matter? About not seeing options or skills that I can learn? You probably can see why that's a problem. Hopefully it's just a matter of a different core. Fingers crossed or something. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're not do okay, we're gonna have to do this differently, okay? Oh my goodness. Okay, so we have here, we're gonna make the game quiet. Something's not right though. What? Final Fantasy is RPG, the only one that I need. That's right. I have to keybinds. That's what I'm hotkeys. Okay, now it should be okay. And now we're doing this.
Poor Ernest.
If you lived an honest, oh my gosh. Baldur's Gate, the cat. See how our friends are doing. Because I have heard, oh yeah. Also, I want to check something. Oh, okay, that works. Finally. Okay, that's good. Let's look at our friend. Not Destiny. Destiny's not exactly our friend. Giving Destiny's manifesto the analysis it does not deserve. I want to see something. Destiny Jubilee. Because apparently this is a bit of a funny moment. Okay. Guess we're gonna watch it.
This is the 100.
Guess we're gonna watch it. This is from 5 days ago. Everybody's covered it apart from me. Okay? So we're gonna do it. Observe it with me. Jubilee. Okay. Jubilee. Destiny to the manifesto. More than one. Several, in fact.
112th episode of Middle Ground, and we want you to help us decide what the next 112 episodes will be.
Okay.
Join our Middle Ground Patreon community.
Great.
White Americans have way more advantages than Black Americans.
So, Destiny's here, I guess. Hello, Bill Portley, by the way. On the Jubilee. Why didn't Vosh get on the Jubilee? Why did Destiny get on? Yes, Vosh is just too extreme. Or something.
I think I'm a rarity here.
It would seem so.
Do white Americans have more advantages because they're white, or do just white Americans have advantages because of historic factors? I think that people want to argue at the end of the day over whether it's because you're white or not. I think that the answer is because you're white in the past, and that's how it kind of carries over to today. You know, even in times of the United States history where black people tried to build wealth, you know, with the Tulsa riots.
So, the answer ends up being because you're white. Because your privilege from the past transferred to the present. So the answer still ends up being because you're white. For all intents and purposes.
And everything where, yeah, that this wealth has been destroyed. And something that's upsetting to me is when conservatives talk about how we can't blame the past for what's happening in the present. That is true to some extent, but then the next breath they'll talk about how important it is to have dual parent households, how important it is to have a strong family, to have responsibility passed on from parent to child. And we've seen in the past that because of racial issues, that process has been severely disrupted.
The funny thing is that agreeing with all these things is when I did my research when I was younger, which arrived me to my standpoint of being a conservative, because I believed it was racist, Democrat, liberal ideologies and policies dating all the way back to the 1800s, all the way up to the 1960s, and then the purported big switch. But I think it was more so when Democrats decided to be a bit more cloak and dagger about their true opinions of black people, and be more secretive and more, we want to help you by, doing these things and seeing them as inferior.
Doing what things?
Affirmative action, welfare, all sorts of things that eventually ruin our culture and place us where we are now.
So
but I want to get back to the history of it, because we're talking about.
Well, I just want to make sure we're clear. Giving them money hurt them, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, giving them, because if your father's out of the home, that's when we give you the money. If you're living in this housing,
so then give them the money while the dad's
rent-free.
Well, then give them the money while the dad's in the home.
If you're working this amount of hours and getting less than this amount of dollars, you're getting money from the government.
Yes,
it is incentivizing.
You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario, because yes,
you want to
talk about throwing babies out with the bathwater? Margaret Sanger wanted to exterminate the black race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what Margaret Sanger, that's what Democrat policies wanted to do to my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built off of the death and poverty of my people.
Let's take a breath.
Sure. I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't.
Wait, but Democrats and conservatives used to be switched in the past. Does Chandler know that? Does Chandler know that Democrats and Republicans used to be like switched? Am I misunderstanding something? Like, you cannot talk about Democrats from the past and treat them as the same party now. Right? How do I remove this? Okay.
But I am, sadly.
How can he be a person of color and conservative. That's
I don't know what that means. When I say throw the baby out with the bathwater, you want to completely get rid of welfare, okay? Or at least I don't want to put that on you, you haven't said that, but the conservative apparatus does, clearly. So giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean,
It
sure, if
can't.
you're talking about a lottery,
It
you just, hey,
literally
take
can't.
money. But
Yes.
there are strings
Take money.
attached to that money.
Take all the
there
money.
are strings attached
Give
to
them
that
millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. Giving money to black people does not hurt them.
money. And that has
thinking
not
that-
happened, though. That has not happened.
What do you mean?
That has not happened. It hasn't been a
You're saying
reparations. It hasn't been this or that. It has
you're
been a
saying
welfare program,
welfare
Great
was
Societies
designed.
Act that
Welfare
was built
was
off of the
he just acknowledged it, but he hand waved it. Oh.
idea of, hey, we get these families split up, we get these
So
people
then let
living
them
here.
keep the family together and keep all the money.
I mean,
There you go.
I guess
Boom,
so,
done.
but I guarantee you,
I guess
there's
so.
no way that
Why
would
would
happen.
you not advocate for that?
So, in your, I guess, research of like history of this country and everything, do you find like the Reconstruction era and like the failures of like what it wanted to be and then what it ended up being, and then which led into had downstream effects
Who is this?
to enter into the Jim
J.
Crow
Cole.
era. And you have policies like redlining that influence how schools are funded. The downstream effects of slavery, do you think put black people as generally in a worse off position than white Americans?
I think generation by
Yes.
generation, the effects of slavery have been diluted, but generation by generation, the effects of racism, welfare-based policies, and things of that nature became even more great. So in the 1880s or so, when we had our first black
Hard disagree. Like, yes, slavery has been abolished, but then you had redlining and other discriminatory laws. And those laws usually take a long time to undo. A really long time to undo. Like, slavery, how long has slavery actually lasted in the US? Let me check. How long did slavery last in the US? Let me see. Minus 89 years of slavery. I don't know. It feels like it takes a long time to undo that in the best of circumstances. But in addition, you had all those other policies, like the aforementioned redlining. So
members of Congress, which were indeed Republicans. I think that was a great start for things, but obviously we had terrible things that happened, like the Tulsa massacre, among black people being chased out of their homes by the KKK.
Sure.
All funded by the Democrat Party, all supported by the Democrat
Okay,
Party.
well, I need to stop you there. Can you attribute not to the party but to the ideology? Because I think when you think, regardless of whatever the party switch was, traditionally conservative values did not like. That's more aligned with
that's
more
true.
racist policies
It's
in this
very
country.
difficult
Like
to
very
compare 2020's conservatism to 1880s conservatism.
It's
I was
not
looking at one.
difficult at all. Slavery ended in the US. A concession to the South was made to enshrine forced prison labor in the 13th Amendment. Yeah. And that's basically being upkept right now to this day, right? You think prisoners cannot even vote?
Before.
So personally, I feel like there's really only one thing that white people have a true advantage over black people with, and it's that white people are less likely to be forced into a box. It happens with black people onto other black people.
Oh. So I guess intergenerational wealth does not matter? Building intergenerational wealth, that doesn't matter?
but it especially happens with white liberals onto black conservatives, where we are told that we are supposed to think a certain way, be a certain way, and if we're not, then we're called all these names like etc. And the worst of all is bootlicker, because I hate when a white liberal tells me as a black man that I'm a bootlicker, because then I ask, whose boot am I licking? Because you're telling me as a white person that me as a black person that I'm licking your boot because I don't think in this box that you want me to frame my mentality in. That to me is real racism, and that's what we need to stop allowing to happen to us, because black people are so quick now to not branch out and to have new ways of thinking, or to go into careers like agriculture and these other career paths that
I mean, conservatives is not exactly a new way of thinking about anything.
black people don't typically get into. It's not because of racism stopping them from getting in there. It's because we're told for so long that you have to follow this path and you have to think a certain way.
I think America is a great place for a black person. I think I'm an American. Anything that's available to you is available to me and mine.
I've personally never experienced white people having way more privileges than me. Like, I'm sure you could find certain institutions where black people are treated differently, but in general, I don't think that I've missed out on anything because of being black. And if anything, it's given me more.
I'm gonna call the ambulance. I don't know. Like, it feels like just privilege in action. Oh, I'm doing well. And because I'm doing well, that must mean that things are going well for the whole community. Right? Right? No, wrong, actually. Wrong.
More of a voice because people will want to hear what I say now because I'm black. So if anything, I have more of a platform now just on the basis of being a black conservative and saying what's not popular.
Well, yeah, how does that platform translate into wealth in the overall community? How does that translate? And to, again, intergenerational wealth. Like, I just, I'm a bit baffled. I'm a bit surprised.
Than I would if I was just a white person who was also conservative.
I agree with the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Yes, wait a minute.
Than I would if I have more of a platform now just on the basis of being a black conservative and saying what's not popular than I would if I was just a white person who was also conservative.
Yeah, that's because conservatives usually is a token person. I don't think that's a good thing. You're being tokenized and therefore you get a bigger voice by that sort of... Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
I agree with the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action.
Oh boy.
I think I'm not going to start. Someone else can start. Sorry.
I think affirmative action has served its purpose. I think that it was necessary for a particular time, and I think that every black person knows how to get into college. You could pull out the names, the Oprah, the...
Affirmative action was not because people didn't know how to get into college. Affirmative action was very specifically for people that came underprivileged communities that, for example, did not have the means to learn, that they didn't have the financial means, they have to work, they didn't have the time, they did not have the environment to get as high a score, for example. It's not about not knowing how to get to college. And those things are still very much, we still have big inequality here.
Oh, President Obama, you can pull out, the head of Time Warner was black man, the Forbes was black man. We know what to do now. We don't need affirmative action anymore. And to me, affirmative action is offensive sometimes, especially nowadays, because I have 6 children and 2 boys, 4 girls. And all of them went to Harvard and Columbia and this one and that one. And it breaks my heart to think that they accomplished that goal of getting into these institutions just because of the color of their skin.
I can definitely say that it creates a lot of tension when you have affirmative action.
It's not just because of the color of the skin. It's about the circumstances that did not allow an equal start. President Obama are the same as every black person. Okay, sure, buddy. True.
Remember my first week at the University of Illinois, I was sitting with some classmates and a white student turned to me and jokingly like, hey Xavier, like, did you just attach a smiley face when you applied for this college? And I started asking what he meant, and he said to me that he was like, you're black, I'm assuming you had decent grades. You could have just attached a smiley face and you would have gotten into the university. So I was livid by that, and I went off, I started naming all of my accomplishments, and I felt so confident only for about an hour. Because then an hour later, I started saying to myself, like, wow, like, did I actually earn my way in here? I started to have this insecurity, and I started wondering to myself, did I?
Yeah, but that's not how that's not even how U.S. entry into university works. You don't go in by accomplishment alone. You go by extra credits that you get by, I don't know, doing some work or by having a parent that used to go to the school. Like, it's not a simple, oh, I have skills so I get in. Your overall score from the school matters as well.
Earn this position myself, or did my ancestors' suffering earn this for me?
Like, there's no earning it yourself in the current U.S. system of application to university.
And two, I've seen it in the sense of like affirmative action taking away from other people who are minorities. Like I had a friend who was Asian and he in high school and he really wanted to go to MIT. That was his dream school. He interned there. He was super like prepared to go there and he didn't get in. And you can only assume that it was because of affirmative action because they have
No, that's not how affirmative action works.
such a large Asian population that they want to admit other people.
Yeah, I was going to actually argue
That's
that
not
it's
how that
more
works.
racist nowadays because it excludes so many Asian Americans from getting into universities who do deserve a spot and they can't get in because of affirmative action, which, again, like you were saying, was necessary at the time.
Yeah.
Affirmative action does not exclude people. Oh God.
Now it's like anybody, if you have the skills to do it and you're in America, you can get in.
I don't think affirmative action is the worst thing.
It's not about skills. I can only assume he's doing a lot of lifting. And indeed.
All the different types or aspects of a background you might take into account when somebody's getting into college, whether they were in certain clubs, Boy Scouts, what type of classes they took.
There you
might not
go.
be available to everybody. I don't think that factoring in the affirmative action is necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like because of everything you guys have said, the optics behind it are so horrible today that even if it is slightly beneficial in the long run for certain people, I think we can probably refocus most of that into figuring out like the class that people come from, the neighborhoods, the backgrounds or whatever, without it having to necessarily target race. The only thing that I kind of wonder now that it's gone is
that is part of affirmative action. You get extra credits. People get extra credits, for university for being from certain neighborhoods that just happen to be mostly poor white neighborhoods, or rather states. Sorry, not neighborhoods, states. So, okay.
instead of a black person being in school thinking like, man, am I here because I'm an affirmative action pick? Is it going to be a kid that is poor?
Yeah, that's because people don't understand affirmative action. Like, that's a big problem. People don't understand affirmative action, what it does, what it sets out to do, what is its goal. It's not, oh, we don't care about your background. You're black, oh, you're in. That's not how that worked.
Or a kid that's from a different zip code.
I think we should do away with all of it. Just like submit an application, no demographics. Why do they ask your sexuality? Like, why do they ask all that stuff?
So, if affirmative action accomplished its purpose, why do we still see the disparities that we do in the professional workplace? If you average white wealth and compare it to black wealth totals, white people as a whole have about 50 times greater wealth than black people as a whole per capita. So I just don't understand why you think affirmative action has accomplished its purpose. I don't see
Curious, why do you assume that just because there is a disparity means it's because of a racial issue?
that. What else would it be from?
I mean,
Oh, skill issue? What? Is it because that is a weird question for a person to ask. What different thing is it? Is it like black people don't try hard enough?
Bringing economic abilities,
Desire to
skills.
go, desire to.
and
So
zip
it
code
was their
does
fault
play
then.
a lot. If you grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma, you're not as likely to do as well in school, which means you're.
Why did they grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma?
I mean, lots of people do.
Yes,
live in
but
a-
why specifically do more black people?
Government assistance programs.
Government assistance programs, like what?
Try redlining.
I mean, you can go into that if you'd like to, but let's take a
Redlining is a government assistance program now? Redlining? Government assistance program? You might as well frame the ghettos during World War II a government assistance program. Just because a government does something, it doesn't mean that it's an assistance program. Oh my goodness. If climate change is real, where did I get this snowball? True. Oh. Okay.
look at the Great Societies Act, which was created to kick black fathers out of the home and get black mothers on welfare assistance. These things aren't beneficial for
That's also an assistance program, the program that was created to kick people out of their what?
economics. These things aren't beneficial for actually paving a way for success for black children and black families. I mean, reducing a two-family household to a one-family household isn't going to make them the richest man in the world. It isn't even going to get them out of high school. Nonetheless,
You mean
the ability
parent.
to even get to college.
You mean
Yeah,
two-parent?
the child, yes, but a two-parent household
Yeah.
in comparison to a one-parent household, that child is not going to be nearly as successful. That child is more disposed to being sent into prison by doing crimes or not doing very well in school. So how are they even supposed to get that, that wealth disparity shrunk if they aren't even able to get out of the community
boy.
that is causing these problems for them?
Something I think that this conversation illustrates is that affirmative action is literally the very end of the line of a lot of different parts of a person's life. And by that point, trying to rectify all of the inequities that have existed, to try to remedy any of that at the very end with affirmative action, it might just be too broad a brush, and maybe we'd be better served focusing on the earlier issues than trying to throw a kid who maybe can barely read at a 6th grade level into a college to hope that that's the thing that fixes the problem at the end of the line.
I think affirmative action wasn't really supposed to send kids to Harvard that weren't prepared to go to Harvard. I think that's quite a myth, in fact. I think those that have the qualities to get to Harvard were, before affirmative action, were just completely overlooked. Clarence Thomas is the perfect example. Regardless of what you think about him, he was able to get to Harvard because of affirmative action, because it focused on finding people that
I
were
see.
again just overlooked for those.
But things ended up changing. It morphed into something else. So what started
it?
out as a good program of giving all black people or people with a lesser chance or lesser opportunity, it started out as that, and then it morphed. And I'm not sure who morphed it, but it morphed into, okay, so now we have to have one black, one Hispanic, one this, one that.
That's not how that works.
But hey, talk to the corporations, talk to the people who hire, talk to the board members who say we need to have a woman on the board, we need to have a black on the board, we need to have a Latina, a Latinx, whatever, on the board. So it morphed from helping us into now.
That's not how that works at all. Or worked, because it has been repealed or something. I mean, conservatives usually believe myths, so I don't know, it does not surprise me that this person believes myths as well, but...
Organization.
Yes, so you have to have one of this, one of that.
Diversity hire.
Well, when you start with a country where people only hire you if you're white, that's necessary. And I know that you said that it started good and then ended whatever. And I don't think that
No! Quotas hires are not a thing. It's not the norm.
affirmative action was perfect by any measure, but we still see really, really bad inequality. So if you're going to get rid of affirmative action, What's the replacement?
Meritocracy.
There's no meritocracy in
Yes,
this
it
country. You look at Elon Musk. He's destroying Twitter. There's no
Meritocracy.
meritocracy. That's ridiculous.
Well, first thing I want to.
What does that mean? The replacement is meritocracy. If a person comes from a very poor neighborhood, has no, and has to take a part-time job to help their parents, no time for extra classes, no time for extra activities to gain extra score for university, and then you have a rich kid who gets extra lessons paid for them. You get parents driving them for extra activities. In fact, the parents attended the school, so that's extra points. Is that meritocracy? Is that how meritocracy looks like in the US?
Back to is it's not a myth that there are
Meritocracy.
minorities that are being put into colleges that they're not ready for. If you look at a lot of these top universities, including Harvard, Yale, etc., you're going to see a lot of minorities on academic probation because they are being placed in universities that they are not ready for. They are not cut out for that just yet. And it even just makes sense if you look at how much they have to achieve in order to get there.
What replacement do you have? Fuck you, what's that? Like, it's also not about being ready, okay? If someone did not have the opportunity to get ready for a university, then it is part of the affirmative action program not to just accept the person to the university, but also during the university to help them catch up. Affirmative action does not start at admittance and end at admittance. Affirmative action actually can start long before admittance and continue after admittance. I've given this example, which I gotten from Pearl, that, for example, affirmative action is advertising the schools to people in the environments that could otherwise not even try to apply to a certain school, you know? That's part of affirmative action.
Asian students on average have to score 450 points higher than a black student in order to get in the same university. So if you think of the universities that have courses, etc., that grade on a curve, you can only have so many people with an A, so many people with a B, etc. So that means that the bottom percentile is going to fail. Who is most likely, just based on logic, going to be the ones failing? It's going to be the people who didn't have the credentials to get there in the first place. And then I have to bounce back to.
I want to get.
It's not about credential. It's about also the environment. You have to be able to produce those credentials. So that's just no. No.
I want to get you on that point because I would posit that the people who are least likely to have good outcomes in an academic setting are those who have to work 2 jobs, are those who have to drive there from home because they can't afford a dorm, are those who have to go into crippling financial debt. These are and have other stresses in their life. They can't afford a doctor, they can't afford a dentist, they can't afford anything.
I had to do
so
that too, though.
Those are the
That's
people.
not just black people. It's not just.
But it's
If we're looking at
overwhelmingly.
straight numbers, there are more white people in poverty than black people.
If you look at the raw numbers, but if you
I don't know,
actually
what are the
understand
wrong
what you're talking
numbers?
about.
No
The
number
issue
is
is poverty
wrong.
in general, though. I don't think it's like who's in poverty. It's like poverty sucks. It
Maybe we
shouldn't
should make
matter
college
who's in it.
free, and maybe we wouldn't have affirmative action wouldn't be that necessary.
And it'll get even more ghetto.
If you have a program that says if you are under a certain income level, this is how we'll help you, that will overwhelmingly help black people at a far greater percentage than it will help white people.
Trump supports Black lives.
Okay. Imagine thinking that. Oh my goodness.
I think that President Trump supports all lives. I think that he looks at all American citizens as equal. I don't
Is
see
this
him
for
doing
real?
anything that would make you feel like he does not support Black lives. That's of course going to lead into the conversation of Black Lives Matter, which was a movement and an organization with so much corruption. Donald Trump not supporting that organization doesn't mean that he doesn't support Black lives. It just means that he doesn't.
It's not an
support
organization, is it?
organization that's stealing so much money.
Wait,
from so
Black Lives Matter is not an organization, is it?
many people to do absolutely nothing with it, nor does he support a destructive movement that is destroying cities, communities, lives, etc. So I don't see why someone would think that President Trump doesn't support Black lives.
I've heard him say he knows all the best black people, he has all the best black friends. I do support black people all the time. So sorry, that was a very bad impression, but
Tried
I
your
don't
best.
think Donald Trump wants bad things to happen to black people. So in that respect, I think he does support Black Lives, but
What? Support is when you just don't care? Oh. I don't know what to say. I guess support is when you just don't give a crap. That's support for you. That's Well, I guess Trump is not actively discriminating against black people, so that's a form of support.
But the other side of that is he's not really doing anything. He didn't do anything as president, certainly, to uplift black people.
The economy affects black people.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with that point. One of the biggest things I
What does he do for the
supported
economy?
personally. Well, yeah, we'll get into that one later. One of the biggest things he did is he secured permanent funding for HBCUs, one of the largest increases we ever saw for HBCUs, personally done by his administration, among many other things. The First Step Act, which, you know, there's a lot of debate about whether it was really the best thing to do, but that was definitely a kiss of love to the black race. Freeing Alice Johnson for menial drug crimes she committed in the past that had her locked up. She did not get to see her family for years.
Yeah, but that's not like, okay, I did say I agree, but I agree in the sense that Donald Trump doesn't literally want bad things to happen to black people, like I think a lot of conservatives do. So I think that he just says the most yeah, I do think that. I think he says the things that will get him elected. So I don't think that he has any personal grudges against certain, most people. He just says the most popular thing. So I think like Ron DeSantis would be, Ron DeSantis would be somebody that I think actually wants black people to be hurt. So by that standard, yeah, Donald Trump supports Black Lives by leaps and bounds.
You think Donald Trump says the most popular thing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Then why do so many people hate him?
He got elected as president.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He didn't win the popular vote. Neither time.
That's a
That's
liberal
what your
talking
side
point.
loves to say.
That's a liberal talking
I'm
point.
helping you here. I'm trying to see the logic in this. Obviously, he says things to be elected as a politician very similarly to how Joe Biden.
He says the most popular thing among conservatives. I'm sorry, wasn't that implied?
did, except Joe Biden actually has a history of racism.
If he said things that people didn't like, he wouldn't have been our president.
So you like everything that Donald Trump says? You think everything he says is popular?
I love a lot of the things he says. I think he's hilarious. When he said big water, that was one of my favorite quotes. Big water.
Water, big water, ocean water.
He has the funniest one-liners, so I love a lot of the things he says. As far as policy, he sucks, but...
I'm just shocked you're wearing a Hunter Biden hat. He likes a different kind of one line.
Oh, I know, conservatives love talking about his...
No, Coke. It's different. Coke, not...
Trump is less of the issue and more so the people that support him, like Die Hard. They facilitate that kind of like hate, I think, for a lot of people, not just black people, but like...
I mean, this
Are
man
so stupid.
took out like a full page in a newspaper calling for the public execution of 5 black kids. His hotels, all of his businesses have rampant history of denying black people apartments or whatever, so...
I forgot about that. I should not have stepped forward.
Look, I mean, Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump, so I don't think he really cares about anyone, I guess, unless you're like super rich or whatever.
When you look at his history on racial issues, whether it's the shithole countries comment, the plethora of comments he made about Mexican people,
True.
just the comments he made about Muslims, the idea that Trump cares at all about some particular racial minority, I think is a little bit silly. I think Trump will say whatever he needs to say to rile up his base and to get elected.
I don't necessarily think those statements come from a place of hatred. I don't think he was ever saying specifically, oh, if you pray 5 times a day towards the east or towards Mega based on wherever you are, you're a bad person. I think he was saying if you like to fly planes into towers or behead people or throw people off of buildings, maybe you're not the most virtuous person out there.
Yeah, and he says that all people from certain countries want that, which is racist. What? Oh my god. What am I listening to right now?
I supported Trump because he made all
Amazing.
he made the economy good, and so the economy then impacted black people, white people, Latino people. It impacted everybody. But Trump, he didn't think specifically, I don't think, about black people. He thought about himself, and he thought about how can I make America great for me. And making him, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna go with this guy. And the reason I'm gonna go with this guy is because if he can make America great and he can make that it rise for everybody, I'm gonna benefit from that. So that's why I went, and that's why I voted for him. That's why I supported him.
How does that specifically benefit black people? Again, he's a businessman, but he's also a racist businessman, like well documented so. So like,
And Biden's not. Biden's not.
Yes, he is. He created the crime bill. So that's regardless of the point.
Address the Central Park 5. That's what you brought up, right? How do you feel about that?
Well,
he took that full
actually,
page out
okay,
after they were
so
exonerated.
I haven't
He wanted them
dealt-
to be killed,
Well,
executed, just because they were black.
That story.
And he
What?
bars people from attending his businesses or like renting apartments from all his like stupid Trump towers. I
think Trump at that point was, like many people in this room, particularly liberals, a victim of the media. I
What?
think he was scared. I think he was ashamed of the things that he heard in the news and wanted to take action himself as a businessman, not as a racist.
Why are you infantilizing him?
I don't like also real quick because people keep bringing up this comparison to the '93 crime bill from Biden. That crime bill, this was at the height of like violent crime and the crack epidemic in the United States. The Congressional Black Caucus supported that crime bill. Everybody in the United States supported that crime bill. The idea that that crime bill was like some racist piece of legislation that Biden was just wheeling out because he hates black people, and that's somehow comparable to the Donald Trump's treatment of the Central Park 5 that were already exonerated, that wasn't a victim of the media. The media said they were done. They were exonerated in court. They weren't there.
As I understand it, the prosecutor of the 5, he was a black guy, and so in being a black guy, he went and he looked at all the evidence and said these guys are guilty.
Black people can also be racist against other black people.
Or just make mistakes.
So if anybody does anything you disagree with in regards to the Central Park 5, even if they themselves are a black person, they're just a self-loathing black person, they're just a racist black person.
If they disagree
that
with me, they're
prosecutor
racist.
was doing his job.
That's my policy. If they disagree with me, they're racist.
I like that.
I think
That's
Trump,
I like
think
that's a
Trump
hilarious
has
policy.
shown a history of ignorant at best and racist at worst behavior. I didn't vote for him or Hillary because I just don't see him as a conservative hero. I don't even think he's a conservative.
Fake
personally.
conservative. I voted Trump in 2016, just so you all know. So.
Conservatism is poison.
I'm just saying.
So I need to I need you to elaborate on if people disagree with you, they're racist, just in general.
I was just kidding.
He's just, yeah.
You never know.
Just like
One
the
of those
hat.
kind of moments.
Sorry if I triggered you. I'm sorry.
You made
No,
a
I'm not
point.
sure. I just
You
need
made a
to know.
point
Okay.
a couple minutes back where you said he just kind of says these things to rile up his base. Why does he need to do that at the expense of black people then?
He doesn't do that at the. I am a member of his base, and I'm sitting there like, oh man, this is amazing.
Okay.
And I don't know. You can call me
So
self-loathing, you can call me self-hating,
so you're
you can call
saying
me
calling
racist.
for
I
the
can call you
public
stupid.
execution of 5 black men that were exonerated to
When
rile
has he
up
done
his
that
base?
during the campaign trail? He didn't do that when he was a politician.
Well,
he did that when he
again,
was a scared
it's
businessman
everything.
in New York.
It's
feeling
everything
bad.
Steve said about the comments about Muslims, the comments about Mexican immigrants. Why does
Never
he need,
about Mexican immigrants, never about Muslims, about terrorists and about criminals and rapists.
I-
These are very important delineations to make, and if you believe
I
that
think
what
you
were fed the media
understand,
about,
or
oh, it's
I
all
think
Mexican immigrants, I think it's more of you being, oh man, oh, these poor Mexicans, they need to be supported. It's more of that savior complex. Wow,
What
we're
was the
back
rationale
again.
behind axing or trying to axe DACA? Were these people were registered with the federal government, they were in school, they were doing everything that they needed to do. They had no home elsewhere. They were brought into this country as minors. Like, what's the explanation for
I
that?
think
Like,
that requires more nuance. Like I mentioned before, I
They
think there were
already
some
paid for their
people.
education.
I think
Why
there
would
were
you
some
wanna kick
people
them out?
feeding him bad policy advice, thinking, "Oh, this will be really good for your base," and he's doing a lot as a
No
president.
one.
That's okay if we feel that way. But
So,
at the end of
if I take responsibility for something, if I say he has responsibility for something, well then you're right. But if I'm saying, well, maybe there are some people around him advising him falsely,
Dude,
it's infantilizing.
He
him.
was the president.
There's no good way. to
He
root this
called
for
the
him.
shots. What are you talking about?
The only path forward to solving illegal immigration starts with amnesty for everybody here. The reality is there's some 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants here. We're not deporting them all.
With the people who are already here, that's a lot more of a messy, nuanced conversation. But as far as people coming in, I do think we need stronger borders and actual vetting happening.
And I just want to say, in Ronald Reagan's day, he was given the promise. He said, look, if you go
Conservatism
ahead
is
and
just
pass this particular bill,
poison,
we'll
I
give
swear.
these people amnesty and we're done. And it didn't happen. We didn't. Illegal immigration continued even after Reagan already said we would give these people amnesty. So that's why we get a burr up our butt, because he had already done it.
Hopefully the devil's giving him amnesty.
True.
That's terrible.
No, that's base. Thank you.
Tasteless.
Wow.
Ninth circle, baby.
My political beliefs have changed from the past.
Oh boy.
I grew up in a conservative household, actually, in Ohio. And my parents were always pretty political, so I always stayed political. I was very religious as a teenager. Sometime during college and then afterwards, especially during COVID, my sister actually indoctrinated me into a more leftist position. And I overcorrected a little bit. I started becoming pretty cringy as far as like, sit down and let the minorities all talk, right? Don't say anything, don't speak over them, etc. They would, it was like the whole you can't speak over Candace Owens even if she's literally a Nazi kind of thing. So I stand by that. So yeah, I kind of leveled out thankfully, and I'm less cringe now.
Did you? Are you?
I cringed.
This is leveled out. Imagine if we would have been here a year ago.
I mean, maybe I am being cringe. Who cares?
So I grew up conservative, but I did have more left-leaning ideas about like Black Lives Matter and critical race theory, and I was watching a lot of YouTube, and I did agree that Black people were oppressed and all of these different things, and that we were kind of got the short end of the stick. And during 2020, when there was everything crazy was happening, and I started organizing rallies against the mandates because I thought that they were just totally unconstitutional and un-American. And then George Floyd dies, and initially I was like enraged like everybody else. And then it started to become this weird, like, political, like, agenda masquerading behind his face. Like, the face of what was actually happening started to peel off, and I was like, oh. I mean, I would counter-protest BLM activists at my town square when I lived in Texas, and they were some of the most just bitter, vile, horrible people you could ever meet. Meanwhile, like, the Confederate group that would protest there against them also, they were, like, the nicest people ever to me, ironically.
I grew up in a Democratic, not a Democratic household, but kind of apolitical, but everybody was Democrat. And then I got a job. And when I got a job and I saw all the taxes come out and I started looking to the left and to the right and going, oh, my money's whittling away over here. And I said, you know what? After Reagan, I'm just going to go ahead and declare myself a Republican, and I've been a Republican ever since.
My mom is pretty liberal. She married my stepdad when I was like 15, 16 in high school, and he's super conservative, like loved Trump, diehard Trump fan. And they had a lot of like back and forth, hearing the two sides, like people who are on such polar opposites just like argue all the time about stuff, seeing that there's a lot of similarities in both sides, like the far radical left and the far radical right. They have a lot of similarities. They just don't want to come and like see it.
I started off actually kind of similar to you. I went to a Jesuit high school. I grew up very conservative. My mom is Cuban, so ride or die Bush supporter, who is now a ride or die Trump supporter. I think the point of my life when I was the most like libertarian was probably the lowest point of my life financially, and I think it's because something that conservatives do really well is they make you feel like you can always like succeed as long as you work hard enough, and that's something that progressives and liberals suck at. That you're a victim of systemic racism, you're black, so you're going to be discriminated against, you're a woman, so nobody's going to care about your feelings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas Republicans will tell you, listen, if you work hard, you can do whatever you want, like just as long as you're willing to put in the work. And I felt that way up to the moment where I was losing my house, where I had an ex-girlfriend that was pregnant, where I had been fired from my previous job. There was a whole bunch of horrible stuff going on in my life, and I very, very luckily got into online content creation. And from there, as I started to make more money, I started to pay more taxes. When I get older and I look at taxes that come out of my paycheck, I care a little bit, but it was just so funny to me that back when I was making $15,000, $20,000 a year, I'm like, I gotta vote for the lower tax bracket, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm barely paying any taxes anyways. And now that I'm older, like if the government wants to take, a few, 10, 20, whatever, how many more $1,000 out.
You just said you worked hard.
I did, but I got very, very, very lucky doing so. Very lucky.
Do you think it's just luck?
It's not just luck, but the difference is that born into a wealthier family, you can make so many more mistakes in life. And when you're born poor, you get like one or two before your life is over, and that's really sad to me.
Yeah, so I used to be a liberal. I voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016, as much as I regret that now.
Bernie Sanders.
My family was pretty left-wing. Some of the people in my family were like radically left, like would refer to white people as blue-eyed, red-headed devils, things of that nature. And as I got older, I actually started
being left-wing is when you refer to white people as devils? That's left-wing? Interesting definition of left. Oh my goodness. What is happening? I've never heard that definition before.
Really outspoken for BLM. I was supposed to be on a reality show teaching people how to be a BLM activist. At the time, I did a deep dive on BLM and I started to realize all of these lies. So then I took a step back. I'm like, okay, what else am I being lied to about? And I started looking at the Democratic Party and questioning my own loyalty to being on the left.
I personally think both sides tend to be racist in different ways. I don't think the government is on the side of the people in general, and that's just
People need
being,
basic political education,
When I was young,
swear.
I used to jump for joy and say, oh yeah, Obama, black president, that's so amazing. He's the same color as me. But when I started to do more research, one of the biggest things I was confused about is, well, why is he a Democrat? What is a Democrat? I did more research about the Democrat Party, and sure, you guys are going to pop off about the head saying, oh, there's a party switch in the Southern strategy and all these things.
Which is true.
Yeah.
Which you may say is true. I don't believe it is true at all.
You're
I
wrong.
understand, you know, you may think I'm wrong.
You are.
What? You say there was a switch with the Democratic and Republican Party, but I don't believe that's this. What?
However, one of the biggest questions I had was, why is Obama in the same party as
Okay.
the people that started the KKK, the same people that voted against the Civil Rights Act, the same people that are on the news talking about how black people aren't able to accomplish anything and need to be on welfare and need to be promoted with affirmative action and things of that nature.
I also, in terms of, I guess, of my political journey, I was raised conservative, actually, and then...
So he didn't acknowledge it and wave it away. He says that it never happened.
School became, I guess, sort of apolitical, and then throughout college and I guess just throughout my life since then, I think I guess you can call me a progressive, you can call me, you know, socialist, whatever you, but I guess that's, in the area of where I fall. You said
Voss
that you
should have been
were,
here.
A Bernie fan in 2016, and then you transitioned to being, I guess, more conservative. I guess, I don't know, to me, Bernie Sanders, from what he said to what you think now, what was the shift?
For me, it was socialism, because back then I was a very broke college kid and I just had this mentality that everything should be free, and I was feeling a bit entitled, like everything should be handed to me because I was black, because I was very much in that mentality. As I learned more about free markets, as I learned more about capitalism, I started...
That's not what socialism is. Socialism is not when you get free stuff. Oh my
appreciate that
God.
much more. I started to appreciate small business much more, limited government, low regulations. I just started to like that much more. But I would say just more when it comes to economics, I don't agree with him.
Reparations are necessary.
When we talk about reparations, I think that doing reparations in the way that a lot of people think of it, where we just give it to black people, I'm not an expert on this, but I think it would be more income-based, and that in itself, like I said earlier, would disproportionately benefit black people, because if you recognize that they are disproportionately affected by a systemic injustice, then doing it on like a class level would uplift proportionally more black people than
Although leave it to the liberal to mistake indifference with support. I know! Hello, Greater Ain't. You're white.
people or any other race.
Yeah, I think like mostly like black GIs that were left out of like the New Deal, for instance, that to be able to come back and as a white American, as a white veteran, to get a home loan and then build that generational wealth, you could not get that as a black American. So there needs to be, I think, reparations. I don't care really what form it comes from. I think free healthcare,
You should
free
care.
college, so that everyone has like an equal opportunity to educate themselves, to build a better life for themselves. So it's sort of like, and I think Germany is also a perfect model to follow. You know, by
Germany?
Issuing, first of all, a formal apology, which we haven't even done that.
Okay.
But also just like donating to like different funds, and you know, just I think a more equitable society striving for that is reparations in and of itself.
I have no problems with reparations if they had happened initially during the like slavery or the civil rights movement or any of that. But to try and do that now logistically just doesn't really make any sense. And like, where would this money come from? Like, we're in so much debt as a nation.
The U.S. is the richest country on earth, isn't it? What do you mean, where would the money come from?
Would I get this money? I'm biracial or triracial. Like, do mixed people get it? And like, do Irish people get reparations when they were indentured servants?
I think for reparations, if you can find specific instances of somebody being like actually deprived of something, whether specific instances of like the 40 acres and a meal promise, or whether you can find specific cases of like Chinese people building railroads or Irish people or whatever, people being deprived of things, that's okay. But otherwise, yeah, it's a logistical nightmare. There's no possible way that we'd be able to do it well.
Yeah, America's unique because we have bent over backwards for decades now, putting minorities in a position of privilege. I feel like we have done so much to give back to the communities that were obviously wronged. And I agree with both of you. Like, had this happened a long time ago, I would understand it. If we had specific incidences that we could trace where people were just completely screwed over, I would respect it. But right now, I don't deserve a payment for something my great-great-great-great-grandparents went through, and I don't think that white people are responsible for paying that to me either.
I know we don't want to use the word virtue signaling, but it's sort of like a bribe for a vote in a way, at least in my opinion. In states like California, where they've been throwing around the idea of, oh, we want to pay out this much money to every black citizen in there, in this state, it's like, oh, are you serious? Because this is kind of like a joke, in my opinion.
I think that if we impose reparations now, I think it would rip America apart. I think that we're already separated enough as it is, and now you're going to have people walking around going, you owe me money, you owe me money, I'm not paying you any money.
What?
It would just really rip us apart.
Giving somebody money doesn't mean anything if they don't know what to do with the money or how to handle the money. So if the primary issue in black culture or with black people is generational trauma, then maybe they need more therapy than they need money, honestly.
Which conservatives are also against.
Well, that's kind of my argument. Like, if there is like that, like generational trauma or whatever, like I think examples of like free healthcare, they could see a therapist and not be, fall into debt. And I think the argument of like the logistical nightmares of it, I think if we want to pay for something in this country, we usually find a way to do it, especially when it comes to the military. So, I mean, we pay for multi-billion-dollar jets all the time.
It's not the dollars, it's who's supposed to get them.
Not to attack progressives, but that is like the most progressive idea in the world. Is like, I can see the headlines like reparations voted on in Congress to be paid in the form of free therapy for people in the hood. That just sounds like the funniest thing in the world. But
well, I also don't think it's gonna come directly from like, white person to black person. Like, oh, your lineage affected his lineage.
It is, though. Like in San Francisco, they were going to raise the average family, or the average household in San Francisco was expected to pay $600,000 each with the $5 million per black person proposal that they had. And I used to live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I was repulsed by that because you have so many homeless veterans on the streets, and they were going to give black people a home for as little as $1 just for being black. Mind you, slavery wasn't even in California. So why that was going to be the case, like, I don't understand, but it's extremely unrealistic to think that the average family in San Francisco can afford that.
That's because
California was stolen from Mexico. Because Mexico didn't want slavery.
Wants to get
as well. As we all know, socialism is when the government does stuff. In 2008, George Bush spent $700 billion to nationalize toxic assets in the economy. I guess George Bush is a socialist. True.
Okay, but you don't really
Also, socialism is when you get stuff for free.
care about
That's
homeless
the most
veterans, right?
important stuff.
Like,
That's just
you
a
don't
laughable
support.
idea.
You don't know
I feel
me.
like all your arguments are
But
ad hominem.
but you're here
Literally
as a
every
conservative.
single one
But
ad
you're here as a
hominem.
conservative. So what policies do you support for homeless veterans?
There's ways to address, I mean,
Specifically.
for homeless in general,
That's a whole different conversation.
yeah.
Okay, let's say that we didn't find a middle ground in there.
No.
But that's a great.
There are no progressives on the debate. Vosh should have been on the debate. Like, come on. This is so sad. What a sad little...
White liberals have a savior complex.
The US is so weird, I swear.
Well, I gotta say, this is a shock. I never expected all four of you to just come forward and admit it, but you know what? I'm happy with these results.
I just think it's a lot of people, I guess, people, of the left, whatever, can kind of fall into that trap of thinking that, black people as a monolith need to be saved as a whole.
I have no shame about it. I have a savior complex as an older brother, and I will save you whether you like it or not. So That's just me.
Well, it's definitely not, because a lot of us are really just exhausted of being viewed as our skin color. Because when you have this mindset that you need to save black people and we're just sitting here minding our own business and living our lives the way we want to, I don't know why it is that people feel this immense pressure to be so apologetic. And
It's pretty difficult to just live your life when you're in a disenfranchised position, no? It's pretty difficult to just live your life if you're discriminated against.
just always trying to cater and coddle to black people when we just want to be treated like everybody else. We're equal for a reason.
I think especially recently with a lot of riot stuff that's gone on or protest stuff that's gone on, people on the left tend to infantilize a lot of different types of protesters, and especially even talking to, you know, some of the other black content creators I do content with, when you hear a lot of progressives come out and say, well, they don't have a choice but to riot or break into the store or... Well,
No, nobody says they're in the... Oh my God, this bad faith destiny strikes again. Nobody says they don't have a choice, okay? What people do say is they're rioting as a logical conclusion to the situation they've been put in. Nobody has to riot. Nobody has to protest. Nobody doesn't have a choice to do those things. Yeah, Destiny's the white liberal. Everybody has a choice. That's not the point. The point is that people say that the rioting is a logical conclusion to what's going on in their lives, to what's going on in their environment. Does that make more sense a bit?
You know, these electronics are shoes for good reasons, you just don't realize it. I think a lot of people kind of look both ways, and it's a little bit weird that there's such a complex on the left to excuse like every single possible negative behavior from somebody as long as they're a skin color that you're kind of in charge of protecting.
I find that very offensive.
Yeah.
I find it
Really
extremely, it upsets me to hear that, because we're just like you. We just have a different skin color. And to hear that you have to help me is offensive to me. I can do it on my own.
Well, we all have to help each other, no? We all need to help one another. We're not a bunch of just islands, individualized, atomized individuals. We all have to help one another in society. Of course.
To break down sometimes why these riots happen. You know, MLK once said that riots are the voice of the unheard.
There you go,
So
semiostatic.
if you are to address the problem and stop the riots, you have to address the underlying inequality that has historically been pervasive. You know, even if you as individual people are doing fine and you don't want anybody else to get in the way of that, that's cool, and I'm not going to be the one to get in the way. But the disparities are undeniable.
So if you take pride in having like a white savior complex, what is it that you think
For a second, I thought density didn't have eyebrows. Okay, it does look that way a bit. It does look that way a bit.
that you're doing to save black people, and what is it that you think that you're saving black
Well,
people from?
I am trying to make the world a better place through whatever means I can, and
But you're doing it on the backs of us.
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, I actually do. I feel like you want to be a savior and you're using me to make yourself feel good. That's what I'm
How am I
hearing.
hurting you?
You're not letting me have my own voice. You're not letting me speak.
How? You're speaking now?
No,
You're cutting her off.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I have to.
Yeah. Well, what's happening? I mean, you're speaking right now. You're speaking right now in this particular setting. But what you're saying is, like, you took it back to riots and so forth, and it makes it seem like the only way that we as black people can have a voice is by riots, and then you need to come along and you need to say, okay, poor little black child, let me help you, let me help you.
What?
That's offensive to me, and I feel like you're making yourself feel good about trying to.
Rioting and protesting is not a black people specific thing. It's what the masses do when they are extremely unhappy with their circumstances. People in Poland protested and rioted against the horrific government. That is what happened in Poland. There were riots, there were protests. And that is how Solidarity managed to become a recognized organization. I wish Vosh could have been on one of these same fake Alec Kyle Parker. Like, come on. Conservatives are professional victims. True.
To tame, help us. And it,
I also think that, like, when we talk about damage, I think especially when it comes to a lot of the shoplifting stuff that's going on in certain cities, you get a lot of white people that live in nice suburbs saying things like shoplifting is no big deal, that's fine, and then you'll catch YouTube videos of them later on being in a Walgreens in like a shoddy neighborhood, and they're like, man, why is the deodorant behind a locked case? It's very easy to sit behind a gated community and say, oh, well, you know, it's not a big deal, you know, they steal because they have to. Riots are the language of the unheard. I think people haven't read the full context of that quote. When MLK was saying riots are the language of the unheard, you need to address the underlying condition. He wasn't condoning the rioting, he was just understanding it.
Obviously, there are a bunch of white people that feel they need to be a savior, but I think there's a difference between helping and saving. Like, I don't think I would need to save black people, but I would tremendously love to help and make sure everyone has like equal outcome, or not equal outcome, but at least equal opportunity, which in my opinion, I feel we do not have in this country.
Listen, okay? I'm gonna give the most Lucy answer to this, okay? If I need help, I will ask for help. If people need help, I will help them. Like, it's not a savior complex to think that we as humans should help one another. Is it? That we should not be just indifferent to one another, that we should want to support one another? Is that like a savior complex thing now? No one thinks MLK was condoning riots. Nobody condones riots. Riots are seen as necessary, not as commendable. I don't know if Hate Federer is white savior. You're punishing people for trying. I don't get it. Well, it's more like it's saying that people just do it. Not people are not really helping, but putting on airs, putting on the pretense of helping in order to feel superior. That is the white savior complex, sort of. That is what the phrase means.
It's awkward. Hi guys. So I didn't step forward just because I don't want to broad brush all white liberals as having a white savior complex. I have experienced white liberals who do have that, and they're very unpleasant people. But I don't think every single white person who's a liberal or who is an activist for BLM or any of those things necessarily has a white savior complex. I think that there's a lot of white people who genuinely think that black people are oppressed and they want to help, and that's what they're told.
What it seems like to me, when most people have savior complex regardless of whom they're trying
That's
to
what they're told. I can't imagine be a black conservative. Same, actually.
save, it's like they're taking real pain and real trauma and using that as a way to push this political agenda, but also to alleviate themselves of whatever guilt that they feel.
The political agenda of wanting equality, the political agenda of wanting to make the world a better place. Amazing. The agenda.
Unnecessarily. Like, I don't know why a white person today would feel guilty for things that happened decades ago, let alone something that happened centuries ago.
Okay. Once again, do you remember that conference with experts about Jewish history in Poland, about Polish history? You remember that? It's not about guilt. It's not about making people feel guilty, but it's about knowing about what happened in the past and having some level of responsibility over our past. You know, understand the world that we live in and making strides to make it better for all of us. It's not about guilt. It's never been about guilt. Nobody who has not lived to do the things in the past can be guilty. That's not what it's all about. But it's also about recognition that maybe what I have now comes from the hurts that happened before. Is it my sound? Wait, that's impossible. That never happens. That has never happened to me before. I guess I'll just make the video a bit louder. Okay, I'll make the video a bit louder. Like, what do you think? Xavier.
Go.
I've never seen a white person say, I personally feel guilty for slavery. Maybe
promise
they're
you I
out there, but I've never heard that.
Yeah, in second grade when they taught us about slavery, almost every kid in my classroom would spend their entire time looking at black kids in that classroom. How was I supposed to not think, wow, these people are feeling guilty for something that they have no involvement in and I have no involvement in?
Every kid in my classroom understood the context.
People hate feeling uncomfortable, and obviously you don't want to feel like the bad guy, and so I feel like it comes from a place of like, oh, well, like, let me make sure that I'm different, and like, I'm showing you that I want to like help you, but it comes across like, I think it can land very poorly.
I'll tell you what, stop it. Stop it. Because what happens is when you put yourself as the white savior, what you do is you elevate yourself above the black.
Understanding past harms is not about being a savior. And it's also not about guilt. Well, yeah, I mean, sure. But then you don't really operate on a level of wanting to help anybody. You operate on a level of wanting to elevate yourself. Oh my goodness, what is this?
Black person, because you feel then like you have to save us. So just stop it. Just treat everybody regular and normal, just like I would treat you regular and normal. You treat us regular and normal rather than trying to save us.
I just got one thing I wanted to bring up earlier about taxes, because you were saying that you had your job and you were talking about how like you get the tax every time and you're like seeing your tax go up. I worked in nursing homes in 2020 COVID. The last thing that was on my mind.
Stop it. Stop having arguments. It's offensive to me. Just accept my position and concede. True. This is so bizarre.
When I watched 60 and 70-year-olds on their deathbeds.
Stop analyzing the past. Stop learning history. Unbeatable debate tactic.
Suffocating to death was taxes. I was worried about health care. I didn't give a shit about taxes in that time. So when I go to work every day, that's what I see. That's what I want to fix.
I see you once again elevating yourself above the rest of us, and particularly at me, a white man elevating himself above a black person.
He called me a bootlicker. He called me a bootlicker.
Oh no, I triggered them all.
What? Excuse me? Are we really getting the, you think you're better than me? You think you're better than me?
I'm sorry. I'm
sorry.
not
trading. I'm chilling, buddy.
Yes,
so what
you
I
are.
hope comes out
I'm
of this
chilling.
conversation is that we're all Americans, and because we're all Americans, we know that America has a bunch of problems, and I think every person here wants to solve the problems, and I think everybody is bringing what they have to the table with their ideas on how to get us to unify. This kind of stuff, right? But you got something in there. Hopefully, I mean, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you have something in there that's redeeming about you, that would bring all of Americans together. So I hope that we end on the...
What is redeeming to you? Conservative? What is redeeming in her eyes? Being conservative?
Note of American.
One person in here said that he doesn't believe that a switch that the Republican Democrat switch ever happened historically. Like one of the people here said that basically the Democrat Party from the far past is the exact same as the Democrat Party now. That the switch never happened. Yeah. I think the one here said, oh, people say the switch happened, but I don't believe it happened at all. And I'm like, what? Excuse me? What do you mean? This is the level we're operating on. Oh, well, he's like 12, so I guess.
ITY.
I would like to say we're all made in the image of God, and so we're all have our inherent worth just because we're made in His image, and we should treat each other as fellow image bearers, not just by the color of our skin. I mean, as Martin
Image bearers.
Luther King said.
He also did not like capitalism.
I think something that's really challenging, I've definitely been guilty in the past of throwing around the Uncle Tom word. I used to be hardcore progressive. I'm still relatively progressive. But something that I've learned as time has gone on is being a white person isolates you from...
I've never called anyone that term, but... Okay.
A lot of the different types of racial struggles that people go through, and those struggles can take a lot of different forms. Not just, you know, was my ancestor a slave, and not just is my culture bad, but sometimes in the way that, you know, people grow and develop.
Is my culture bad?
Right? Like, am I actually choosing these political beliefs because they mean something to me, or is it because I'm black or my parents are black? If I speak a certain way, am I betraying my race? If I am a political orientation, am I a bootlicker? And I think that it's important when you're coming from a progressive point of view to understand that even though there are conservatives that are black people, you have to treat them as individuals and not just come at it with this, like, you're black, you're a conservative, therefore here's like 6 or 7 different slurs that I can use against you, but they're approved because I happen to be on the progressive side.
What? Who does that? Who does that? Okay. No, it's more like I'm surprised that you're a conservative as a black person because you seem to be voting against your own interest. But okay. I'm not gonna throw slurs. Something that actually Destiny is much more well known for. No? But I forget that Destiny considers himself a progressive, so that's also a thing to consider, I guess. That Destiny actually does consider himself a progressive as well. What did you think of this video? What did you think of this segment? Did you like? Did you consider subscribing upon watching it? Clicking the button? We'll see. We'll see. Especially since we need more subscribers, gigglers. We need to get to that 1K mark. It's time. Okay, it's high time for us to soar the skies in a 1K thing. How many have subscribed? 890 people have subscribed to this channel today. Are you one of them? Or maybe are you still considering subscribing? And if you're still considering, then what's keeping you from being subscribed? Tell in the comments, I guess. You know? But yeah, what do you think? What did you think of the thing that we've just watched? I'm interested in having a conversation with the audience about it. To do conversations, to do nice segments, that is what it's all about. So I'm interested in knowing your opinions before we continue. Before I'm going to show off some books. Wait, what do you mean, really? Oh, that's true. The biggest getaway that I'm getting from this is that, I don't know, conservatism is poison. When I hear a person say the replacement of affirmative action is meritocracy, I just shake my head. Or when anyone says socialism is when I get free stuff, that's also okay. Alright. You know? That is an interesting point of view, for sure. Greater Rain, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. You've convinced me. Here's money. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're making the channel sustainable, which means that I will go to the toilet to do toilet things. And when I'm back, I'm gonna show you books and we're gonna do a short 3 months up. Thank you. Thank you, Giggler. Oh my gosh. Thank you. And then we will discuss a thing because we like our discussions, don't we? I'll be right back. Don't go away. Stay. In fact, get more people in here. It is time to raise the stakes. As in the stakes, the importance of the thing, not stakes that you use to kill a vampire. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. No longer white, that's right. I'm back. Destiny barely participated in this debate. I wonder if they cut out a lot of his stuff. That's a good question. I didn't even think of that. That he might have been cut off. Okay. So, it's been a while, but it's book time. It is book time, gigglers. I feel like the book segments were always very popular among the giggler demographic crowd. So, I'm gonna show you a few things, if you don't mind. One book is called I'm gonna take a sniff. It smells like new stuff. Jewish people fighting for Poland. And this is about Jewish people within the army during World War I and World War II. Okay? This book, which I'm going to discuss a bit more, this one is called Revenge. Revenge, written by Michał Wójcik. Revenge, Forgotten Uprisings in the Death Camps. Oh, you've noticed the pin. My pin says I heart Yiddish. I heart Yiddish. That is what the pin says. I got it from my Yiddish center. I heart Yiddish. Nice, huh? I do love Yiddish. So, this is a book that I've already started reading. And it's basically about how... Okay, I'm gonna translate the back. Right to left. Yiddish is also right to left. To this day, we suffer from the belief that during World War II, Jewish people did not defend themselves. That they went to slaughter like sheep. The truth is, Jewish resistance is a little known card in that war. In every single camp, conspiration existed, which led to uprisings. Thanks to the heroic attitude, the prisoners fighting with a minimal amount of weapons, mostly knives, fists. Two of those uprisings ended in spectacular success. It was also thanks to Jewish women. The Jewish women who were real heroes. Thanks to deep studies done by Michał Wójcik, the author of the awarded very well sort of very well what's the appraised book Treblinki 43 shows in his intriguing style little known facts. And so this is a book that we're going to talk a bit once I read more about it. One thing that actually got my attention is that in certain camps, even the camp guards actually planned to rebel, you know? Even some guards in the death camps planned to rebel, and their plans to rebel were discovered in the camps. They were buried in form of like letters. I'm gonna show you some photos from and that this is a camp and it was just disguised as a farm, as a regular farm. It's a very, very interesting book. And once I get through it, we'll get back to you. So yeah. Was learning about John Brown earlier, and a slave uprising was part of the story. The main guy who rose up was caught, and they flayed him, segmented his corpse, used the fat to oil wagon wheels, and gave his leathered flesh back to the slave master victims. I can see why people are afraid to rise up a lot. Well, that is basically what happened to a lot of the victims of the Shoah as well. Like, it is sort of like this famous thing that people's bodies were used to create soap for machinery, mostly industrial soap. You know, whose bodies were just used for, yeah, people's fat. You know? People didn't know. I'm not sure if it was actually given to people to use. I think that the soap was actually not given to people. I'm not sure if that soap was actually given to humans to use, to people to use. Let me check. But yeah, history is such a misanthropic road. Well, we're gonna be discussing the topic of the uprisings within the death camps once I get to read the book a little bit more. You know? So I guess that's it. I guess that's it when it comes to the topic of the books. I feel like I haven't done the books thing in a long time now. You ever thought what you would have done if you were there? I think I would just jump into the electric fence. Not all fences were electric in the camps. So that was not necessarily like an option to do. Was usually just barbed wire and guards that were ready to shoot you should you try to escape. Yeah. That's right. So, we've went through the lovely Jubilee video in which we have learned that communism, or rather socialism, is when you get free stuff. That affirmative action, I don't know, is when you also get stuff. And that the alternative to affirmative action is meritocracy. Have we learned a lot? I'm so happy I've watched this. And yes, admittedly, Destiny has not really featured all that much in the thing. I actually expected a little bit more. You see, if you try to escape, you could hope they shoot you seem quicker. And if they hit it on not hit your head. Maybe. But a lot of people hoped to survive till being, I don't know, rescued or something, you know? A lot of people held hope for survival. And some of those who gave up just did not even have the strength to try to escape. That was a thing as well, remember? There were many different complicated situations. And among them, of course, there were those who you know. And of course, people didn't just die in the camps. That's a big thing also that we need to remember. There were people that just died out of starvation in the ghetto. There were people that were taken out of town and executed. So yeah. Check. You know what? You remember fellow traveler? You remember our friend, our new friend of the channel, fellow traveler? Oh. I doubt I will be able to afford all that. Okay, I'm short of Gil. Hate that dude. So I just thought to myself, you could dunk on a video. Yeah, I just thought to myself, why not watch another video of his? To see how much of an expert he is. Heard about an experiment done in America on starvation. The subjects were volunteers who didn't want to engage in conflict directly, and they had 1,500 calories for a few months, and apparently the recovery period was the worst. You barely gain weight, and they kept going insane a little bit. One guy chopped several of his fingers off. I don't know of one, but I can look. I know of one. And in the end, after World War II and the study, the US didn't compensate them. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I know of a perfect video. Actually. Fellow traveler. Is this perfect video that has been made? It's about Poland. It's called Were the USSR and Nazis Planning to Team Up? The Truth About the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Let's see. I'm not gonna make any assumptions. After all, the person does high effort content, and I just do low effort streams. So we're just gonna take a look at it. I'm gonna take a look at it and approach it with an open mind. With a super open mind. 99% sure his intro said low effort rand. Well, you know. He said it was a high effort video essay, so we need to trust them. We need to trust our new friend. Where would we be without trust? It was a bit unfortunate because the war ended before the study did, and so it was harder for people to know how to treat the rescued Holocaust survivors, for example. Interesting.
Others Like It has been brought to you by...
Oh. Amazing subscribers. Thank you. You guys rock. Thank you as well, subscribers. You guys rock as well. See? If I want to be doing high effort content, what I need to do is to look at what the best do and do the same. Okay? So you rock as well.
Patreon. Shout out to my contributors, the names of which are on screen. I run no adverts or sponsors of any kind on this channel, and I plan on keeping it that way, so your individual contributions are greatly appreciated. If you enjoyed this content, please remember to rate, comment, and subscribe, and share with your neighbors on social media. Thanks again, and on to the...
True. Share it with your neighbors. Share it with your neighbors.
Video. There's a common liberal narrative that exists that the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany were somehow bosom buddies leading all the way up to World War II. That Hitler and Stalin had a beautiful bromance and admired each other's mustaches very much.
That is such a US way of putting it. Bromance. Oh my goodness. And to say it with such a straight face. But I guess that is what high effort content looks like. So maybe I should do it as well.
In fact, so much so that they decided to sign a treaty by the name of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The pact was a formal agreement by both sides that neither of them would attack one another.
It was also signed in secret. Okay? Actually, if I remember correctly, the West caught wind of it before Poland did.
And then you have the Soviet Axis talks of 1940, in which the Soviet Union was considered for a potential entry as a fourth Axis power during World War II. The talks included the partitioning of land and spheres of influence between the Russians, the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese, in which the Soviets sought to secure territorial hegemony in the Baltics, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and part of Finland as well.
No, that's not true. The USSR would never want to secure any land. The USSR just wanted to do good. What happened, Somniostatic? I'm trying to do high effort. Oh, there's no video up. Well, so much for high effort on my part. Okay, let's reset, okay? We reset this. Now it's high effort, okay? You can use this blender for the cold intro. Okay, now we're doing high effort content. Tier 0 subs, that's right.
This video and others like
What
it
is tier 0? That makes no
has
sense.
been brought to you by Patreon. Shout out to my contributors, the names of which are on screen. I run no adverts or sponsors of any kind on this channel, and I plan on keeping it that way, so you're...
How lazy are you if your list of Patreons is not even that big and you're not willing to read them out one by one? Is this high level effort? Everyone becomes white. Neither do you. I haven't done many high effort video essays with Patreon listed on the screen. So that is my excuse. Hi Lucy, is it time to change the title? You're right, it is. And I've got the perfect title actually. Actually, maybe I should just start reading. I should start reading names aloud. Okay. How Poland. You're gonna see the title, it's perfect. I have to be, I have to put some effort into the title to make it historically accurate. There you go. Oh my goodness, how do you write this? I feel so Temporarily accurate. Here we go. I have to fix the title because I'm not good with anything. Wait. Now we got it. Now we've got the title that we need. How do you like the new title? Wait, did I even save it? Why is the title not changing? Okay, it changed. There you go. Was with a little bit of a delay, but it changed. Hello, Lily, by the way, 10 shoes. How do you like the new title? Is it accurate? Is it accurate for our needs? Am I putting enough effort? There you go. We're trying to create high effort content here. Blah. Even though we've got a minuscule number of subscribers, as the person had said.
Your individual contributions are greatly appreciated.
True.
If you enjoyed this content, please remember to rate, comment, and subscribe, and share with your neighbors on social media.
Amazing.
Thanks again, and on to the video. There's a common liberal narrative that exists that the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany were somehow bosom buddies leading all the way up to World War II. That Hitler and Stalin had a beautiful bromance and admired each other's mustaches very much. In fact,
True. Bros before hoes. Am I right? Bros before hoes.
So much so that they decided to sign a treaty by the name of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The pact was a formal agreement by both sides that neither of them would attack one another. And then you have the Soviet Axis talks of 1940, in which the Soviet Union was considered for a potential entry as a fourth Axis power
That's
during
a
World War
lie.
II. The talks included the partitioning of land and spheres of influence between the Russians, the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese, in which the Soviets sought to secure territorial hegemony in the Baltics, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and part of Finland as well. The Molotov-Ribbentrop.
The USSR doesn't take, it only gives. So we already know that's a lie. We already know that's a lie. The Soviet Union never took, it only gave. So, you know, we're not falling for the Western propaganda over here, comrades. I would click on this title if I weren't already here. Perfect. Perfect. Perfection. This is high quality. Now we're talking.
Pact and the Soviet Axis talks are frequently used as evidence that the Soviets and the Nazis were planning to collaborate, and that by extension, communism and fascism are two sides of the same coin.
No, nobody says that, actually. Yeah, the Soviet Union and the Nazis did in fact cooperate, but that does not mean that Nazism and communism are two sides of the same coin. First of all, the USSR does not represent the idea of communism, so let's put that idea to bed. So no. What argument are you fighting against?
And that the only reason it didn't happen is because their plans fell through or something. Two genocidal totalitarian regimes that sought to team up with one another for world domination.
I mean, correct. Yeah. They were two totalitarian and genocidal regimes. I refer you to the special NKVD operation of 1937, 1938. He's not looking at the camera. Low quality. Well, you know, it's high effort. It's a high effort video essay. Don't be a bully.
Therefore, communism and fascism are one and the same.
The what?
Be it consciously or subconsciously.
Who says that? I've never heard this argument before. Fellow traveler is the first person who has acquainted me with the idea that anyone would say that fascism and communism are the same. Look at these screen errors. Low quality. Well, no, but communism, in quotation marks, is just fascism in the way of the USSR. Yeah, but it's not communism. US military and CIA intervention since World War II. What does that have to do with the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact? I guess we'll find out.
It's the narrative that they push in order to get liberalism off the hook for its far more prevalent and well-documented collaborations and associations with fascism, since with the exception of World War II, it has been the liberal governments of the world that have historically and continue to this day choose to actively support and enable far-right dictatorships abroad. While the most potent anti-fascist force that humanity has ever known has actually potent anti-fascist support and enable.
What does that have to do with this map?
Far-right dictatorships abroad.
Is Germany a far-right dictatorship abroad? Is France a far-right dictatorship abroad? What is this map? I return. Welcome. Welcome back. That is so bizarre.
Abroad. While the most potent anti-fascist force that humanity has ever known has actually been the Soviet Union and communist regimes of the like.
The most potent anti-fascist force has been the Soviet Union and the like. The Holodomor, which I know you don't believe that happened. The NKVD operation of 1937-1938. Oh! What about the most non-fascist thing that the USSR has done for Poland after World War II? You know, turning it into an ethno-state. That seems like a thing that the most anti-fascist force on earth would do. Turning a multi-ethnic country into an ethno-state. That feels like fighting fascism to me. You know what was a fun video? That goofy one about how Poland rages and takes over the whole world. True. True. We're not gonna glorify Poland today. We're gonna learn why Poland actually betrayed the biggest anti-fascist force in the universe. So strap yourself in.
Let us talk about this narrative that the Soviets and the Nazis were planning on teaming up, as though Hitler hadn't already long premeditated his conquest of Eastern Europe as to secure plenty of territory for the new German Empire. This is the first point that I would like to bring up against the Soviet-Nazi alliance narrative. It was literally never going to happen.
If it was never going to happen, then why did it happen? That's my question of a naive watcher who does not do high quality content. If it was never going to happen, then how did it happen? I guess we'll learn in the video. But consider me intrigued, okay? I am intrigued by this premise. Let's go. It was never going to happen.
There are two main reasons why this is.
Okay.
The first reason is because the Nazis had long declared the Jewish-controlled communists to be their arch-nemesis decades prior to that, as
Okay.
in an interview with the American Monthly magazine in 1923.
Have you heard of a term, temporary alliance? Just because they have declared them enemies, that does not mean that a temporary alliance when interests align could not ever happen. So I guess your first reason just goes out the window, straight into the trash. Because in fact, a temporary alliance did happen. And it lasted all the way till Germany attacked the Soviet Union. You saying that the Nazis may have lied or gone against their own values? You know how Nazis are. Truth sayers.
Hitler himself considered Bolshevism and communism to be his sworn enemy. Bolshevism is our greatest menace. Kill Bolshevism in Germany and you restore 70 million people to power. France owes her strength not to her armies, but to the forces of Bolshevism and dissension in our midst. The Treaty of Versailles and the Treaty of Saint-Germain are kept alive by Bolshevism in Germany. The peace treaty and Bolshevism are two heads of one monster. We must decapitate both. We
Okay.
want a greater Germany uniting all German tribes, but our salvation can start in the smallest corner. Even if we had only 10 acres of land and were determined to defend them with our lives, the 10 acres would become the focus.
Those quotes are literally irrelevant to the fact that a temporary alliance between these countries happened. Who knows?
Of regeneration. Our workers have two souls. One is German and the other is Marxian. We must arouse the German soul. We must uproot the canker of Marxism. Marxism and Germanism are antitheses. Furthermore, when one considers the Nazi propaganda and polemics that was widely disseminated to the general German public throughout the 1930s, it's pretty clear that the Nazis didn't just want to eradicate the Jews, they also looked down upon the totality of the Slavic people, seeing them as subhuman and frequently portraying them as such in their propaganda. The purpose of this, of course...
I mean, that's true, but it's also irrelevant to the question if a temporary alliance between these countries happened. So, yeah, okay.
was to instill a sense of racial superiority amongst the Germans, along with providing ideological justification for the expulsion of the Slavic people from their lands in Eastern Europe, so that the Nazis could make way for German settlers.
Again, it's true but irrelevant.
The Nazis even made propaganda depicting Stalin and the Jews, along with presumably other Slavic people hanging dead from the gallows, as well as other art showcasing the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory of communists being a Jewish-controlled plot. The second reason...
Yeah, they both Hitler and Stalin thought they were using one another when making the temporary alliance. That just does not demonstrate anything.
Why the Soviets and the Nazis were actually mortal enemies was because the Nazis had plans from the get-go to revamp the German Empire by conquering and emptying out Eastern Europe in a systematic genocidal settler colonial speedrun named Lebensraum. Lebensraum, which directly translates to living
Lebensraum
space in German, was the Nazi equivalent to Manifest Destiny, or their desire to transform Eastern Europe and most of Russia into one giant settler colony in a similar manner that the founding fathers of the United States sought to clear out and conquer Native American territory out west to make space for white settlers. Hitler...
Okay, all of this is irrelevant.
himself frequently lauded the United States settler colonialism and racially supremacist policies as the key contributing factors for its success, and sought to carry out his own manifest destiny out in Central and Eastern Europe. Quote, "In North America, where the population is
Oh my
prevalently
God.
Teutonic, and where those elements..."
All of this is just fluff. This is not a high effort. This is not a high effort video essay. It's just filler. Yeah, okay. So Hitler was planning to betray the USSR when they did their alliance. That happened.
Intermingled with the inferior race only to a very small degree, we have a quality of mankind and a civilization which are different from those of Central and South America. In North America, the Teutonic element, which has kept its racial stock pure and did not mix it with any other racial stock, has come to dominate the American continent and will remain masters of it as long as that element does not fall victim to the habit of idolatrating its blood." Unquote. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf, page 229.
Okay.
Quote, "That the American Union was able to achieve such a threatening height is not based on the fact that millions of people formed a state there, but on the fact that many square kilometers of the most fertile soil is inhabited by millions of people of the highest racial value." Unquote. Mein Kampf, Volume 1, page 113.
Okay.
Quote, "Those who eat German bread do not think about the fact that it comes from granaries we conquered in the 12th century. A similar process will repeat itself in the East for a second time as in the conquest of America." Unquote. In the face of this, any alliance or neutrality pacts that were signed by the two powers leading up to World War II were never going to be sincerely upheld by the Germans, since their broader imperialist ambitions.
It's irrelevant. They were upheld for a time. They were temporary.
Ambitions necessitated the genocide of Russia, Poland, as well as most of Eastern and Central Europe. Hitler even said this much in his Obersalzberg speech. Quote, "Our strength lies in our quickness and in our brutality. Genghis Khan has sent millions of women and children..."
Is that really what passes for high effort? Really?
Into death knowingly and with a light heart. History sees in him only the great founder of states. For the goal to be obtained in the war is not that of reaching certain lines, but of physically demolishing the opponent. Colonel General von Brautisch has promised me to bring the war against Poland to a close within a few weeks. Had he reported to me that he needs 2 years or even only 1 year, I should have not given the commands to march and should have allied myself temporarily with England instead of Russia, for we cannot conduct a long war. Poland will be depopulated and settled with Germans.
Okay.
My pact with the Poles was merely conceived of as a gaining of time. As for the rest, gentlemen, the fate of Russia will be exactly the same as 1 a.m. now going through with the case of Poland. After Stalin's death, he is a very sick man, we will break the Soviet Union. Then there will begin the dawn of the German rule of Earth. The attack upon and the destruction of Poland begins early Saturday.
This is so irrelevant that I don't know what to respond to this. Those are just quotes. And it does not refute anything about the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. It does not refute anything about the fact that Germany and the USSR had a temporary alliance.
Whether the world believes it is quite indifferent. The world believes only in success, unquote.
Okay.
Taken directly from Hitler's Obersalzberg speech.
Okay.
In the face of these facts alone, the liberal notion of an alliance between communism and fascism completely falls apart.
Nobody
After all, it's kind of
says
impossible to have a sincere alliance with somebody who actively wants your head on a spike. On the other hand, the Soviets knew and were very well aware that the invasion was inevitable from the start. Stalin said this much in 1931. Quote, "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do it or we shall be crushed," unquote. Joseph Stalin.
That's a quote that is supposed to prove that the USSR knew about the Nazi Germany invasion? Wait, you said in 1931? So before the Nazi regime even came to power? Stalin foresaw Nazi invasion before Nazis came to power? Was he a Nostradamus? I have to listen to that again. That's impossible.
On Soviet industrialization. And so the primary motivation for Soviet collectivization, either we years behind, and said this much in 1931. Invasion was inevitable. On the other hand, the Soviets knew and were very well aware that the invasion was inevitable to have a sincere alliance with somebody who actively wants your head on a spike. On the other hand, the Soviets knew and were very well aware that the invasion was inevitable from the start. Stalin said this much in 1931.
Stalin knew that Nazi Germany would attack before Nazi Germany was a thing. Amazing. High effort video essay. The Nazis came into power in 1933, but Stalin somehow already in 1931 predicted that the Nazi Germany would inevitably invade the USSR and that they would not have an alliance. And to prove it, we quote Stalin, who basically
Quote,
says,
"We are 50 or 100 years behind."
And to prove that the invasion is inevitable, we will quote Stalin saying, "We need to industrialize or else we will be weak. And it's acceptable to attack." This is high effort. High effort video essay.
The advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years.
This cannot be
Either
real.
we do it or we shall be crushed, unquote. Joseph Stalin on Soviet industrialization. And so the primary motivation for Soviet collectivization and superindustrialization, aside from building socialism and elevating living standards, also included the very
Ah, yes. Elevating the living standards of the genocided workers.
survival of the Russian people. And it's a good thing that they did superindustrialize, as Russia was the poorest country in Europe at the time. And so, in order for them to close the economic gap with their much wealthier and far more powerful Western colonial neighbors by a wide enough margin to where they actually stood a fighting chance, they needed an economic miracle, and no version of capitalism was going to make that happen.
That's right. The Holodomor was the miracle that they needed, the 5-year plan.
The research shows that with respect to economic system, that the centrally planned socialist model blows the capitalist alternatives out of the water.
Ah, yes, this is why the Soviet Union fell. Because the model of the Soviet Union just blows everything out of the water.
Completely outpacing their growth rates and giving Russia the industrial base that it needed to compete with the West in modern warfare.
Well, that is what slavery will do. That is what utilizing slave labor will do. And that is quite literally what the USSR did, by the way. To industrialize.
That's right, viewer. Capitalism wasn't going to cut it. So regardless of how you individually feel about Stalin, his administration was directly responsible for stopping the Nazis and saving Eastern Europe from certain genocidal slaughter.
No. First of all... Okay, there's so much wrong here. First of all, the USSR did not stop the Nazis. It would have fallen without the help of the West. Second of all, the USSR did not wish to save Jewish people from the Holocaust. The only reason why the camps were liberated is because they were convenient stops along the way to Berlin. Third of all, there was a plan to enact a Stalin's own genocide on the Jewish people, which I'm happy to elaborate on if fellow traveler even sort of takes the effort to watch this. Oh, not then. We're not talking about the Stalinist times.
Furthermore, there's the fact that the Soviet Union's pact with Germany was nothing unique for the time. Throughout the 1930s, there were dozens of similar neutrality pacts and treaties signed between the Axis and Allied European countries as well.
Yeah, that was not the unique part of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. The unique part of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact was the extra clause about dividing up Poland between themselves. But I guess I know where this is going. He's gonna say, oh, but that clause was only added in case Poland would fall, so Soviet Union could sweep in and save it. Which is bullshit.
And yet it's only the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that people point to whenever they try to assert the link between communist and fascist collaboration.
Yeah, maybe because other neutral pacts do not involve dividing a third-party country in half between the neutral parties. You know, that little bit of a detail.
The fact of the matter was that the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Russia, along with numerous other countries, were all signing neutrality pacts with one another at the exact same time.
That's not the thing that's not the thing that people focus on when they discuss the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. The fact that it was a non-aggression pact.
And yet there are no accusations of a French-Italian fascist alliance or a British-German fascist
I wonder why.
alliance. Instead, it's the Soviets alone who seemingly are the only ones that ever get burned for it. And
Gets burned for it.
on the contrary, out of all of the Allied powers during World War II, it was the Soviet Union alone who were the ones taking unilateral efforts to combat fascist aggression, while the rest of the Western powers stood idly by while the Germans remilitarized and proceeded to invade and illegally occupy their neighbors.
The USSR invaded and illegally occupied Poland. What do you mean? The USSR invaded before the Polish government left the country.
Quote, "It would be difficult to find in the history of diplomacy such a good record of rebuffs to a great power as were bestowed on the efforts of the Soviet government to secure..."
In fact, in invading Poland, the USSR broke a neutrality treaty with it.
Collective security against the aggressors from 1934 to 1939. The Soviet Union became a member of the League of Nations in September 1934. In 1935, it signed with France a pact of mutual assistance against aggression and made the pact subordinate to the League. Notwithstanding this, Britain refused to join with them. While most of the press of Britain denounced the pact, in 1935, the British government violated its commitments to the covenants of the League and made a separate naval pact with Germany. The Anglo-German Naval Treaty was a rebuff to all the powers in the League, which, only 2 months before, had condemned the introduction of conscription into Germany. Hardly had this episode occurred, then it was followed by the unsavory experience of Italy's war on Abyssinia, in which
Another irrelevant quote, by the way, which actually proves the opposite of what this person's saying.
the League powers could not bring themselves to the point of exercising the only sanction that could be effective against Italy, that of the oil embargo. In this situation, the Soviet government made it clear that it was prepared to fulfill any decision taken by the League to assist Abyssinia. Then came the tragedy of Spain, in which Hitler and Mussolini played the leading roles in. The democracies refused to intervene. Soviet Russia alone sent material aid. A non-intervention committee was formed. The fascist powers intervened on the side of Franco while remaining members of the committee. Soviet Russia intervened on the side of the democratic governments while also remaining a member of the committee, to the annoyance of the British and French governments, that is. When Hitler's army marched into Austria, the Soviet governments proposed on the 17th of March, 1938, that the non-aggressor powers should meet in conference in order to secure a firm and unambiguous stand in regards to the problem of collective salvation of the peace by the great powers. This was rejected by the British and French governments as inopportune. When the drama moved onward to Czechoslovakia, Soviet Russia declared on the 11th of May and on the 25th of August, 1938, that she would carry out to the letter her pledges to France and Czechoslovakia. She met with no response. As the crisis grew, again on the 2nd and 11th of September, she proposed at Geneva a joint demarque of the USSR, Britain, and France in favor of the Czechs and the use of Article 11 of the Covenant of the League of Nations. Again, there was no reply.
Wait. Still, the Soviet government tried to come to an agreement with the Democratic Party. On the 15th April, the British ambassador asked the Soviet government to make an unilateral guarantee of Poland and Romania. And the Bolsheviks answered on the 17th of April with a proposal for a triple pact. So they refused to do the guarantee of Poland and Romania. That's actually a pretty big, significant factor, wouldn't you say? Literally, when the British government, ignoring the proposed triple pact, put forward what the Bolsheviks considered by one-sided agreement.
On the 15th of April, the British ambassador asked the Soviet government to make a unilateral guarantee of Poland and Romania. The Bolsheviks answered on the 17th of April with a proposal for a triple pact of Britain, France, and the USSR against aggression anywhere. This proposal included mutual assistance between the three powers, a military convention to enforce the pact, and a guarantee of all border states from the Baltics to the Black Sea. There was no reply until the 9th of May, when the British government, ignoring the proposed triple pact, put forward what the Bolsheviks considered to be a one-sided agreement with regards to the border states, without any indication of what military assistance would be received by the Soviet government from Britain and France should the fulfillment of the obligations lead to war. Unquote. J.T. Murphy, Russia on the March, a study of Soviet foreign policy, Chapter 5. And so, to summarize the aforementioned article, when the Italians invaded Abyssinia, the Soviets alone were the only ones who provided material support to the region. When the Germans rolled into Czechoslovakia and Austria illegally, it was the Soviets alone who were prepared to provide military assistance to them, while Franco's fascist
So why didn't the USSR provide military assistance to Poland in 1939 during the aggression? Explain that to me. If they could militarily assist a country a year before, why didn't they do so in 1939? Interesting. What a question. I expect an answer Expect an answer from this high effort, especially when Stalin knew in 1931. True.
Forces wreaked havoc across Spain. It was the Soviets alone who provided military assistance to the progressive forces in the country. All of this was happening while Britain and France did nothing but take a blind eye to it.
So why didn't the USSR support militarily Poland?
And right before World War II,
Stalin had 1 million troops ready to be sent. What?
the Soviets proposed a military
I thought everybody always says that the Soviet Union had to do the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact because they were not ready. 1 million troops? Was he lying about that? Why didn't he send the 1 million troops to support the Polish soldiers fighting? What's up with that? Especially since I will remind you, when the Soviet Union invaded from the east, Polish soldiers were ordered not to fight them. Just a little bit of trivia for you.
alliance with France and Britain, with plans to do a preemptive strike and joint intervention on the aggressive Nazi Germany, only for said proposal to be shot down and for the British to make a one-sided counter-proposal where the Soviets would be obligated to help them out if they were in need, but the British were not obligated to help the Soviets out should they be invaded. No, it wasn't until Germany, Italy, and Japan threatened to take over and conquer British and French colonies down in Africa and in Southeast Asia did they truly get involved in the war. And so while the communists were out there for half a decade taking unilateral steps to fight fascist aggression,
and yet they had no problem in taking over Poland, so and a lot of the land was taken over forever, so
liberal powers stood idly by and did nothing but let the problem fester. And yet liberals have the gall to cherry-pick these historical facts in a vacuum while ignoring all of the relevant context surrounding them just so they can use it to effectively invoke horseshoe theory and get their own ideology off the hook. When the fact
nobody says that. Literally nobody says that communism and Nazism is the same. It was a temporary alliance. What am I... Okay. Wait. That's the whole video? Are you kidding me? The truth about the Molotov-Ribbentrop... The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact has not even been mentioned. Is this a joke? Is this your high effort video essay? Not even mentioning the part of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact about dividing Poland between Germany and the USSR? Not even trying to excuse it? Is this a joke? That's the end? I thought that was build up to explain, you know, the title, the truth about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Oh my god. Nobody's going to mention that. Oh yeah, okay, let's...
The matter is that it has been the communists and the fascists who have been sworn enemies since the start. While liberalism doesn't really take the threat of fascism that seriously in the grand scheme of things, since fascism is not really a threat to private property. And so, in the face of these facts, I ask you, liberal, who are the real fascist collaborators here?
The people that invaded and split Poland between themselves and the Nazis. I would say them. I will leave it up to you to name them. I will leave it up to you. If you've enjoyed this mess, press like, subscribe. This was a high effort react, as you can see. It was amazing. Press the bell. Leave a comment below. What a video. High effort video. It's unbelievable. I'm stumped. I'm really stumped now. I expected something else, admittedly. And I guess that's basically what we get. A video about the Ribbentrop-Molotov that does not speak about the pact itself, like, at all. Hey, other people had non-aggression pacts as well. Why is everybody just talking about the Ribbentrop-Molotov one? Oh, goodness. I just don't know what to do with this. What an amazing high effort video. What other videos did you make? This dude debated Vosh, by the way. Two sides of the same coin. Vaush and the cultist Spank dude. Death toll trouble. A proper leftist stance on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Or what every leftist is getting wrong. Now we have to watch this. Okay, we're binging this guy now. I've decided. And if you want to stop me, then you have to, I don't know. Listen, if you want to stop me, then donate. I'm gonna be a President Sunday orbiter now. Donate $100 to Skip to Theory. And we're going to do our version of Theory then. That's right, I've got Theory prepared. And you'll be surprised what sort of Theory I've got in store for you. Let me just say, it's the type of Theory that you're not gonna get on President Sunday's show. Probably. Maybe. Although, who knows? Maybe you will. This is so weird. On this thumbnail, Vosh looks like a cat that's about to vomit. You know? That is the kind of face that cats do when they're about to vomit. Even the tongue sort of curls a little bit like that when cats are about to throw up some hairballs. Yeah. This is so weird. But yes, remember, if you want me to switch to theory, then you must donate. Because I cannot survive without your donations, for one.
In the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, mainstream talking heads, demagogues, ideologues, and various grifters have all harped on the opportunity to voice their support for their chosen tribe.
Okay, this audio is horrible.
Be it the NATO imperialists who are currently using Ukraine to fight a defensive proxy war against Russia, or be it the Russian oligarch.
A defensive proxy war against Russia. A defensive proxy war. How long ago is this? 1 year ago. So I guess he went a long way since then.
Which is now engaged in a hostile corporate takeover of another sovereign country. Whichever way you look, self-described leftists and national chauvinists have come out of the woodwork to explain to you why you, as a working-class person, have a stake in this inter-imperialist conflict between inter-imperialist powers.
Oh yeah, because Ukraine doesn't matter. Saturday night I switch. I got paid, but all of it goes to rent. Well, then, unfortunately, we're not gonna do theory yet. And unfortunately, we're going to have to suffer through this a bit. Inter-imperialist, true. True. Vouch.
Spoiler alert, you don't. And today I'm going to explain why that is and provide a principled leftist alternative to the chauvinism, tribalism, opportunism, and pro-imperialist rhetoric as espoused by vulgar socialists from all directions. Starting with the NATO shills. Why anybody watches Vosh or Xanderhal is truly beyond me. Neither of these streamers are profound, they don't provide any sort of original or insightful commentary on current events, and there's nothing that you can't—
Projection, thy name is Traveler. You think you're being insightful? You think you're being original? Really? Vosh is more insightful than you. Vosh is more interesting than you. Forget entertaining and funny. Vosh is more educational than you.
Can't get from them that you wouldn't also be able to get out of reading a Wikipedia or CNN article. Even worse, while mainstream media is not only reporting the news, but making the news on
the Wikipedia is more accurate than you.
This conflict.
The Wikipedia is not sweeping genocides under the rug, and you are. Therefore, the Wikipedia is more accurate of a source than your channel.
These two airheaded shitlibs are coming along and putting an even greater spin on the events, uncritically regurgitating Western imperialist propaganda without the slightest bit of scrutiny from themselves or their audience. At this point, I don't think it's a secret to anyone that Vosh is an extremely Orientalist and xenophobic person, as he has frequently voiced his vitriolic fear and scorn of the incoming barbaric Asiatic hordes coming down on the poor little Ukrainians and Western colonial power.
What? Does this person realize that Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania were considered just as Asiatic as Russia? Does this person know? Is he an idiot?
Powers. On the other hand, we have the opposite end of the spectrum, the Russia apologists and Putin shills, who are instead uncritically regurgitating Russian propaganda, that this was a humanitarian intervention to save Donbass insurgents from neo-Nazis and to stop an ongoing genocide, as though the 1.2 million people who have been chased.
I guess. Wait, how many people? Also, I guess our friend Traveler is going to be centrist about this.
Out of the country, as though the 1.2 million people who have been chased out of the country.
1.2 million? 1.2 million? I know this is from a year ago, but things have not changed much. Okay? In Poland alone, there are 2 million Ukrainian refugees. In Poland alone. And this guy speaks of 1.2 million people being driven out of the country. Is this a joke? High effort video essayist, by the way. Oh. Quick Google. Let's hear that again, and then I will read you something, okay?
As though the 1.2 million people who have been chased out of the country.
1.2 million have been chased out of the country. Now listen to this. From the beginning of the aggression, of Russian aggression, 15.3 million Ukrainian has crossed the Polish-Ukrainian border. 15.3 million. But sure, 1.2 million people are driven out of the country. Why not? Why not? Granted, many of the people returned home, but 1.2 million is... I don't even know where this person's taking this number from. High effort video essayist.
Every last man, woman, and child is a Nazi and or Azov battalion. They also deny that Russia is an imperialist power in its own right, despite the fact that the modern Russian Federation meets all of the qualifications to be classified as such, according to the Leninist definition of the term.
So, concentration of capital in Russia. Russia, there's an extreme concentration of capital to the degree that exceeds the imperialist powers in Lenin's time. And the vast majority of this capital was not destroyed after the collapse. I mean, a lot of it was just sucked out of the country. It was reorganized and concentrated in a small number of hands. The US-led imperialist bloc tried to seize control of this.
What is this? Is this a debate? I don't care about your debates. Like, at least it's good to know that we have one Stalinist, one brave Stalinist that agrees that Russia is in fact an imperialist country. So credit where credit's due, I guess. Congrats. Congrats.
Formation, but was unable to, which allowed the new bourgeoisie in the USSR, former USSR, transform into an independent national
Freudian slip. Freudian slip.
Bourgeoisie. So basically, based on official statistics, top 600 firms in Russia account for 70% of its GDP. In imperialism, Lenin analyzed the concentration of production into a number of the capitalist countries at the time. So, based on the statistics available, he demonstrated that the economic basis of imperialism in the U.S. in 1909, the largest 30,000 firms accounted for 44% of total GDP. Basically, Russia is even more concentrated and centralized as the modern day oligarchy is today than America and Britain were back in the early 1900s. So,
and we have to like point out too that it's called imperialism,
I'm
the
not gonna.
highest stage of capitalism, because
I'm not
this is
gonna.
how all capitalist nations go towards.
I'm not
Some
gonna
of them don't make it in
disagree.
the long run, but the bigger ones definitely do head that way.
some of them do.
Okay.
Then we have the export of capital by Russian firms. Gazprom has subsidiaries in 36 countries outside of Russia.
Okay.
In 2016, Rosneft purchased a 98% stake in the India-based oil company SR Oil. So Russia is exporting capital. They are exporting capital. Overall, Russian direct investment abroad exceeds 440 billion. While this pales in comparison to the 5 trillion that the US has in foreign direct investment, it still represents a significant, like, Russia's a world power, people. It is, for all intents and purposes, a world power. My point is that though the bear has been declawed and defanged and castrated, the bear is still a bear nonetheless. So the export of capital
What an odd thing to say.
by Russian firms, struggle between imperialist powers, this fucking war. Let's see what else. Conclusion. Russia is an imperialist power. It's not as developed, and its wealth isn't as concentrated.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like Western Europe and the US, that's pretty much these countries plus their junior power partners and offshoots are pretty much the imperialist bloc of the world, constituting 14% of the population while consuming and holding 80% of its wealth and resources. We need to keep in mind that imperialism is a state of being. It is a state of being. It isn't just like it isn't just an action. It's a state of being. It's a degree of capitalist development. And like you said, not all capitalist countries reach the stage of imperialism. But Russia, by these parameters, technically has, and it actually has. But it's not as powerful. It doesn't pose as much of a threat.
So technically or actually has.
And it hasn't engaged in anything near on the level of barbarism and, genocide and brutality and inhumanity and atrocities and crimes against humanity that the United States or France, Britain, Germany have.
What? You should learn more about the history of Russia. That's all I have to say about that. There was. Sort of. They sort of went hand in hand. Imperialism. There was imperialism before capitalism. Yes, there were empires before capitalism. However, colonialism was developed pretty hand in hand with capitalism.
But it's a much smaller player on the world stage.
But yes, empires existed.
It's a smaller player at the world stage, being a smaller, less aggressive imperialist power that isn't damaging the world as much, does not change the fact that it meets all of the classifications necessary to be identified as an imperialist power.
So I think a good analogy would probably be maybe the British would represent the Americans and NATO, and you got like the German Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Ottoman empires. Those would represent like modern day Russia. These kind of like they've some stagnated, but they've been trying to catch up with development and having a very.
The German Empire has stagnated somehow? What am I hearing this correctly? Since when? Citation needed? What do you mean has stagnated somehow? The German Empire was newly formed. How could it be stagnating somehow if it formed just not long after the reunification of Germany, before World War I? it just formed and already it's stagnated right after. Okay.
Autocratic system. But I think that's a really good analogy between the two. It's basically like, you know, they're trying to be the rising power versus the status quo great imperial powers. And the only reason Russia hasn't been able to, like, you know, do anything as horrible as the United States has is because they're not the ones on top. If they were on top, obviously, then it'd be a disaster. But yeah.
And thus, despite being a capitalist country developed at the stage of monopoly, with its own basis of finance capital, with its own financial oligarchy, which exports investment to dozens of countries around the globe, which is in the process as we speak of dividing the world amongst itself and other imperialist powers, Russia is still not seen as imperialist by the Hosler-Maponite cult. The truth is that the reason why Russia and China haven't exercised evil to the degree that the US and Western Europe has and continues to do so is because, 1, it's not in their interest to do so, it's actually within their material interests to do the opposite and offer a better deal to the exploited nations of the world, and number 2, they simply don't have the power to exert violence and coercion onto the world to the same degree that the West has, does, and continues to do. China can't support a defense budget of world conquest proportions. Russia can't leverage its currency against developing nations, directly sanctioning them and starving them to death whenever they fall out of line with Russian interests.
What?
But America can, be it through the overt warfare in the form of invasion and bombing campaigns, be it through the covert warfare via coups and color revolutions, be it through attrition or the direct starving out of entire regions of the globe through sanctions such as Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, Afghanistan, etc. In summary, on a fairly routine basis,
A supporter of the USSR will be telling us about starving regions of the world. Amazing.
America and Western Europe kill, impoverish, and displace orders of magnitude more people than Russia and China ever has and probably ever will.
That's not
And with
true.
that being said, it's time to discuss the principled leftist stance in the wake of this conflict. What
Okay.
is the proper Leninist take, you ask? 2
Leninist.
words. Revolutionary defeatism. If you guys really want to know what the proper Marxist-Leninist position is on all of this, in the face of all of this,
I don't care about
it
Marxist
is
Leninist
to
position.
stand in solidarity with the international proletariat. This doesn't just include the proletariat of Russia, but the proletariat of Ukraine as well. The Russian proletariat and the Ukrainian
And we do that by letting Russia win, I guess.
proletariat, neither of them are our enemies. They are our allies. They are our comrades. These are the people that we need to stand in solidarity.
The proletariat wants to fight Russia. What now? What now? The people overwhelmingly want to fight. What now?
Support. Not just in their regular everyday struggles, but in their struggle against the imperialists and their own government.
So against Russia.
The imperialists and their own government is what they need to oppose. So we have a duty as Marxist-Leninists to recognize our class interest, our collective class interest,
You're an idiot.
and to build international solidarity among friends and among nations, and stand together as a singular international proletariat, drawing the line between ourselves and our interests and that of the imperialists, the transnational bourgeoisie, and the governments of the world. So to support the Russian government in this instance, to support NATO, to support either side is actually an improper position. And
What about supporting Ukraine? Is that even an option in your world?
Russian people do not deserve to suffer. Ukrainian people do not deserve to suffer.
Okay.
But they're all suffering because capitalism inherently leads to this. To be a revolutionary defeatist is to be an internationalist. It is to strive for the downfall of one's own government, using the civil unrest and instability brought about by the war as a means to galvanize.
And you think that can be achieved by Russia winning? Brilliant analysis.
Public and unite them against the state. In this way, it's about getting the people to recognize that it's not about NATO versus Russia, nor is it about Russia versus NATO. It's about the international proletariat against the international bourgeoisie.
Ukraine is not even mentioned in this little thing. I guess Ukraine is NATO now.
It's about getting the people to recognize that we don't need to fight and die for their bloody wars of conquest, that we gain nothing by going overseas and murdering people who have never wronged us in their name, that they are using us as pawns in a chess game directly playing with our lives, and that above all else, our real enemies aren't the Russians or Ukrainians, but the imperialists, the capitalist class.
Wait. Not Russian nor Ukrainians. In what world would you even consider seeing Ukrainian people as enemies? Excuse me? You're such an idiot.
Class and the bureaucrats managing their crooked legal systems. In this way, we must stand in solidarity with both the Ukrainian people in their struggle against Russian aggression, as well as the Russian people in their struggle against their Bonapartist government.
Okay.
On all sides, from all angles, we must oppose the war, oppose the propaganda, frustrate the war, unite with our comrades across borders, and strive for the collective
This sort of policy, of course, would lead to Russia winning.
downfall and overthrow of our respective imperialist regimes. In the short term, we should provide any support that we can to Ukrainian refugees fleeing the region, any Ukrainian comrades fighting against their bourgeois government, as well as any Russian comrades who are fighting against their own government as well.
So how many refugees have you taken in? Fellow traveler. I'm guessing not a lot.
Well, during the Revolutionary War, and a revolutionary class cannot but desire the defeat of its government. This axiomatic and disputed only by consciousness partisans or helpless satellites of the social chauvinists. Among the former, for instance, in Semkoski's of the organizing committee, and among the latter, Trotsky and Bukovoyed, and
Also, solidarity doesn't mean shit when talked about like this. It's the leftist version of thoughts and prayers at times. True. Why does he keep showing North Korea? Because he's a North Korea shill.
Kautsky in Germany to desire Russia's defeat, Trotsky writes, an uncalled for and absolutely unjustifiable concession to the political methodology of social patriotism, which would replace the revolutionary struggle against the war and the conditions causing it with an orientation highly arbitrary in the present conditions towards the lesser evil. This is an instance of a
This is what happens when people read a bunch of quotes without understanding anything and just roll with it.
high-flown phraseology in which Trotsky always justifies opportunism. A revolutionary struggle against the war is merely an empty and meaningless exclamation, something at which the heroes of the Second International excel, unless it means revolutionary action against one's own government even in wartime. One has only to do some thinking in order to understand this. Wartime revolutionary action against one's own government indubitably means, but not only desiring its defeat,
Yeah.
but really facilitating such defeat.
That is actually true, which is why they accept it as gospel, because they don't really understand it. I would agree with this, yeah.
Take the example of the Paris Commune. France was defeated by Germany, but the workers were defeated by Bismarck. Had Bukovoyed and Trotsky had done little thinking, they would have realized that they have adopted the viewpoint on the war held by governments and the bourgeoisie. A revolution in wartime means civil war.
Trotsky, the person exiled and murdered by Stalin.
The conversion of a war between governments into the
Just
civil
saying.
war is, on one hand, facilitated by military reserves of defeats of governments, and on the other hand, one cannot actually strive for such conversation without thereby facilitating defeat. The reason why the chauvinists repudiate the defeat slogan is that this slogan alone implies a consistent call for revolutionary action against one's own government in wartime. Without such action, millions of ultra-revolutionary
True,
phrases
fake
such
Alec
as a war
Parker,
against
true.
the war and the conditions, etc., are worth less farthing. Here, Lenin is arguing against Trotsky's opposition to revolutionary defeatism, or the notion that deliberately undermining one's own government during wartime as to accelerate its demise is a form of lesser evil political struggle, and that being opposed to the war in and of itself is the correct line. Effectively, Lenin argues that unless one is willing to carry out direct sabotage against the state, one can claim to be anti-war all that they want. But without direct action to bring about the desired outcomes, the phrase-mongering of revolutionary struggle against the war and neither victory nor defeat are a little more than meaningless platitudes. And in that effect, being neither in favor of the victory nor defeat of one's own imperialist nation slants a neutrality bias in the favor of chauvinism, and in practice leads to the fermenting of nationalism down the line.
The Tsarist government was perfectly right in asserting that the agitation conducted by the Russian Social Democratic Labor Group in the Duma, the sole instance in the International, not only in
Phrase-mongering.
of parliamentary opposition, but a genuine revolutionary anti-government agitation among the masses, that this agitation has weakened Russia's military might and is likely to lead to its defeat. This is a fact to which it is foolish to close one's eyes. The opponents of the defeat slogan are simply afraid of themselves when they refuse to recognize the very obvious facts that the inseparable links between revolutionary agitation against the government and helping bring about its defeat. Asking any social democrat who calls himself an internationalist whether or not he approves of an understanding between the social democrats of the various belligerent countries on joint revolutionary action against all belligerent governments, many of them will reply that it is impossible, as Kautsky has done, thereby fully proving his social chauvinism. This, on one hand, is a deliberate and vicious lie which clashes with the generally known facts of the Basile Manifesto. On the other hand, if it were true, the opportunists would be quite right in many respects. Many will voice their approval of such understanding. To this day, we shall say, if this approval is not hypocritical, it is ridiculous to think that in wartime, and for the conduct of a war, some formal understanding is necessary, such as the election of representatives, the arrangement of meetings, the signing of an agreement, and the choice of the day and hour. Only the Semkovskys are capable of thinking so. An understanding on revolutionary action in every single country, to say nothing of a number of countries, can be achieved only by the forces of an example of serious revolutionary action.
Oh my God.
By launching such action and developing it. Such action cannot be launched without desiring the defeat of the government, and without contributing to such defeat. The conversion of the imperialist war into a civil war cannot be made any more than a revolution can be made. It develops out of
just overthrow both Russia and Ukraine for head.
A number of diverse phenomena, aspects, features, characteristics, and consequences of the imperialist war. That development is impossible without a series of military reverses and defeats of governments that receive blows from their own oppressed classes. So, what is the substitute proposed for the defeat slogan? It is that of neither victory nor defeat. This, however, is nothing but a paraphrase of the Defense of the Fatherland slogan. It means shifting the issue to the level of war between governments and not to the level of the struggle of the oppressed classes against their governments. It means justifying chauvinism of all the imperialist nations whose bourgeoisie are always ready to say and do say to the people that they are only fighting against defeat. The significance of our August 4 vote was that we are not for war, but
well, Russia is quite literally genocide in Ukraine as we speak, so
against defeat.
Amazing.
On closer examination,
just overthrow both governments. Easy peasy.
The slogan will be found to mean a class truce. The renunciation of class struggle by the oppressed classes in all belligerent countries, since the struggle is impossible without dealing blows at one's own bourgeoisie, one's own government. Whereas dealing a blow at one's own government in wartime is high treason. It means contributing to the defeat of one's own country. Those who accept the neither victory nor defeat slogan can only be hypocritically in favor of the class struggle of disrupting the class truce. In practice, such people are announcing an independent proletarian policy because they subordinate the proletariat of all belligerent countries to the absolutely bourgeois task of safeguarding the imperial governments against defeat. So whoever's in favor of the slogan, neither victory nor defeat, is consciously or unconsciously a chauvinist. At best, he is conciliatory.
No. If you are working to undermine your government when it's fighting against an overwhelming force, then you're not practicing neither a victory nor defeat. you're practicing defeat. If you're practicing this without understanding any context of what will happen to you should the country fall, then you're just an idiot. But then again, it's easy to be such an idiot when you're comfortably reading quotes in the US where it's safe, where you don't really have to make such choices, where you can comfortably make videos and don't give a shit about people that fight for their survival. Like, this is so pathetic. Pathetic, that's the word. Pathetic.
He is a conciliatory petty bourgeois, but in any case, he is an enemy of the proletarian policy, a partisan of the existing governments of the present-day ruling class. Let us look at the question yet another angle. The war cannot but evoke among the masses the most turbulent sentiments, which upset the usual sluggish state of mass mentality. Revolutionary tactics are impossible if they are not adjusted to these new turbulent sentiments.
Socialists say.
Lastly, let's briefly touch up on those 3 points. Lenin is saying that during times of war and conflict, the collective consciousness of the masses gets emotionally hijacked by a combination of fear and contempt. The first sentiment being the general fear and grief and anguish from being in a state of war in and of itself, the second being hatred of the enemy, or the opposing side in its belligerence during wartime, an emotion that is heavily fostered.
Or, you know, not wanting to die or be genocided. How many victims have we discovered now? Civilians just being shot in the head, tortured, sexually assaulted.
Fostered and fermented by mainstream propaganda, and lastly, the hatred of one's own government and ruling class itself. Think about it. During times of war, people instinctively know on some level that they are being sent to fight and die and kill other human beings on behalf of the wealthy and powerful, and that as the war wages on, as friends, family, and neighbors continue to die off...
That is not what's happening in the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. People are literally fighting for their survival. This is what happens when a person mindlessly reads quotes and does not understand what they are reading. This is what happens when an idiot starts commenting on theory.
As news of war crimes breaks into the public sphere of knowledge, as the country continues to shed blood, money, and resources for the war machine. After a certain point, if the war is not being fought for a just cause, such as national liberation, but is rather an unjust imperialist war of aggression, people are going to pick up on that. They were picking up on that during the Iraq War, they were picking up on it during the Vietnam War, and they're certainly picking up on that again over in Russia as we speak. Nobody likes war. Regular working day people don't want to take up arms against...
And yet, people in Russia are overwhelmingly okay with it.
Other people from another country
Somehow.
Whom outside language and cultural differences have more in common with each other than they do with their own respective national bourgeoisie. So in summary, the principled leftist position on both behalf of not just Ukrainian and Russian comrades, but comrades everywhere, is to undermine and sabotage the war machine, to take advantage of people's inherent anti-war sentiments, and to use it to radicalize and galvanize the public against their respective bourgeois governments, to facilitate the downfall and overthrow of their own respective bourgeois governments, to build and cultivate solidarity, and to build connections and networks with socialist orgs across the globe in the pursuit of the formation of a new international workers' movement. And we must not only be actively anti-war and anti-imperialist, we must also actively be carrying out direct struggle against our respective imperialist governments as to ultimately bring about their downfall. At the very least, we should be out there engaging...
You mean like you do? With your channel?
in anti-war activism, rather than cheerleading for one imperialist oligarchy or another, and the fact that even this basic anti-war position is now considered too...
Or, I don't know, cheerleading in a video essay, basically saying, just overthrow both Ukraine and Russia. Good luck, have fun. LOL. LMFAO. I'm gonna sit here in the US and cheer on you. Good luck, comrades. Good
Too far
luck.
left for mainstream leftist discourse demonstrates a colossal
Has he even mentioned Ukrainian people? No.
poverty of proper Marxist theory and analysis on behalf of all of these self-proclaimed leftists involved. If there's one silver lining in all of this, it lies in the fact that major conflicts like this one cause the phony leftist LARPers to expose themselves as the national chauvinists, American exceptionalists, anti-communists, and populist grifting pseudo-fascists that they are. And in my next video, I will be covering these fraudulent opportunists in detail.
Oh well, guess we have to watch the next video now. I told you we were binging this guy. I will leave it to you, Somniostatic, to find the best moments of this. I didn't know this had a direct sequel. Well, hold on. Hold on. Oh, Vaush is an imperialist American exceptionalist. There you go. Go to the toilet, and when I'm back, we're gonna dissect Vaush. So I have to change the title. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Remember that donating to Skip to Theory is still an option. And the best part is that you don't even know what sort of theory it is. Oh, we just got a subscriber. Thank you. Ceylan for subscribing to the channel. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome to the fold of the streamers. The gigglers. But yes, donate to learn what sort of secret theory we'll be learning. I stand anarcho-American except true. That is Vaush. That is the Vaush. There, I wrote a thing. I can't believe Vosh said that. I can. I have Vosh's number. I know Vaush. Wait. There you go. The title has been changed. Once again. Once again, we dive into the mysterious lore of Vaush and his evil, evil things that evil people do. And our professor today is going to be the Joker laugh pencil from a cup guy himself, fellow traveler. Without a further ado, show us why Vaush, who looks like a vomiting cat, is an imperialist, American exceptionalist, and an enemy to the left. Enemy. Why America really cares about Taiwanese independence, that's for next time. That's for next time. Let us learn.
Hello, comrade.
Just listen and learn. This is a high quality video essay. So shh. I am a proud anarcho-American exceptionalist.
Comrades, today we're going to be responding to some grade A cringe in the form of Vosh's pro-NATO propaganda.
True. Correct. Oh, you know what I really wonder? Can somebody quickly check this for me? Now that will be a super funny thing to check. You probably don't know what I want to check, okay? But when I tell you, you will agree with me that it's extremely funny indeed. So, when do you think this video was produced? Before the debate or after the Vosh debate? This video is from 1 year ago. When did their debate happen? When did that happen? Before or after this? Can somebody check? Can somebody please check for me if this debate happened before or after? So this video is after the debate, right? This video was produced after the infamous... Okay. Oh wow, fellow traveler has a 3-hour pro-Korea video. That's right. That's right. What did you expect from a serious actor such as fellow traveler? It is high effort content. Don't you forget it. Don't underestimate the power of high effort. Okay? Don't underestimate. Because if you do, bad things will happen. Somehow. Indeed. 2 years ago. Okay. So this means that this is Vosh Hater Boner peak. Peak Vosh Hater Boner. This is revenge. This is video essay form revenge for what happened during the debate. See? We needed this context. And it's extremely funny as well. Vosh will be soon selling pencils from a cup. Which is a really weird thing for a pro-worker person to say, but never mind the illogical stuff.
Today I will be joined by Gengeros. We will be going over how Vosh not
Who? By who?
only has no idea what he's talking about, but the fact that despite any lip service he might pay to being a leftist or anti-imperialist, that all of his rhetoric is utterly meaningless when he equates black and indigenous liberation with the Holocaust and actively aligns himself with NATO and the U.S. State Department.
Projection. Implying Leninists are pro-worker.
Departments. The U.S. pulling out of Afghanistan? Bad idea, says Vosh. We just need to stay there a bit longer. We just need to occupy another sovereign nation for a little while longer, make sure that our puppet government can maintain itself without utterly collapsing, and then slowly leave. Even though the Taliban takeover was inevitable, be it if we left now, 10 years from today, or 10 years ago. Russia's a rival imperialist power. We just need to starve them to death with genocidal sanctions. Let their people suffer and toil in squalor, punishing the Russian people directly for the
genocidal sanctions? This person should learn a bit more about economy. Russian people are not starving. In fact, Russian people are pretty unaffected by the war, unlike Ukrainian people who are really affected by the war. Genocidal sanctions. Okay.
the actions of their own undemocratic governments. Then, after we've murdered several million of them through starvation and preventable illness, see if they want to play ball and capitulate to our imperialist interests. And yes, I'm aware that he's backpedaled on this statement, and says that he only wants to sanction the oligarchs, but regardless, given the amount of fear-mongering that
millions of people have not died of starvation and preventable disease in Russia.
That he's done in the past against the swarthy Asiatic hordes, given some of the more overtly racist comments
I guess that debate did not do you well. Pencil
that he's made, accusing non-compete of simping for the wussy for defending his own wife from the onslaught of targeted harassments that Vosh has signaled his audience to do towards them. It's pretty obvious that this guy has some pretty Orientalist sentiments alongside his Western chauvinism, anti-communism, and American exceptionalism. Here's the difference between liberal and leftist analysis of imperialism. To the liberal, some interventions are good, some are justified, and the problem isn't imperialism itself. The problem is that we aren't playing the...
So I guess you're a liberal because you seem to be okay with Russia's invasion.
...world police job in a competent way. And that if we could just reform it, you know, maybe democratize NATO here, add a few more gay drone pilots there, cooperatize the US government there, we could have a kind of beneficial social imperialism where we can trample on other nations' self-determination and crush those beneath us in a way that's not as offensive to our moral sensibilities. Let better optics, if you will. This is the mindset of Vosh. In this way, he is very much to the right of Joseph fucking Biden.
being more of an interventionist and American exceptionalist and Western chauvinist than Sleepy Joe has thus far. Look at this
Sleepy
unbelievably
Joe.
cringe tweet. Actively
Interestingly enough, I've only heard this nickname from far-righters, Sleepy Joe. That is okay.
defending and supporting NATO in a little joke, making his case for what he deems anarcho-NATOism. If only it was an actual joke with the punchline, that was actually funny. However, when you consider his recent commentary on the subject, it's pretty clear how unapologetically unironic he's actually being. This right here is the central fundamental problem.
I just realized he's right-wing, what I felt as communist.
With Vosh, and how his brand of leftism is little more than an active roadblock to actual socialist consciousness, because rather than opposing the institution of imperialism, he makes it out to be something that we should support and try to reform for the better, as the swarthy Asiatic hordes are just around the corner, when the truth is that there is no good imperialism and there is no reforming it, because the interests of the Western leadership is never in line with the interests of that of the international proletariat. It is always within the interests of the
biggest fighter over here, fellow traveler, from his warm, comfortable house in the US. Projecting racism, classic conservative move, true.
National bourgeoisie to crush the interests of the international proletariat time and time again, as history has repeatedly shown. And yet, through Vosh's anarcho-liberal Chomskyite analysis, this is not the case. Hell, if anything, Vosh is to the right of Noam Chomsky on this, because at least Chomsky understands how Russia is being backed into a corner and threatened geopolitically by the West.
Yes. It seems Russia has been backed into a corner ever since the 17th century. How interesting. A long-term cornering, so to speak.
And that if it weren't for the Western-backed Euromaidan uprising in 2013, that Russia would have likely never had to invade Ukraine in the first place.
For Ukraine to be taken into...
Indeed. If Russia would have just been allowed to control Ukraine, then probably would not have invaded. What a brilliant observation. What a brilliant analysis.
NATO, which is what is repeatedly threatened.
Oh yeah, because it was clearly forced to invade. And you know what? I'm gonna, since this is clearly a high effort essay, I'm gonna just say, to sort of expand on what's being told here, not only would Russia not be forced to invade, but it would never had to genocide people if only those Ukrainian people didn't fight back against the invasion. Then Russia would not have been pushed by Ukraine into a position of being forced to genocide them. What do you know?
Would be a very serious threat to Russian security. There are serious confrontations between Russia and the United States. And once again, are they on the Mexican border, the Canadian border? No, they're on the Russian border. In fact, right at the point of the traditional invasion route.
Yeah. The conflict is on the Russian border, started by Russia.
Through which Russia has been virtually destroyed several times in the past century.
So Russia has been provoked.
Well, what happened? NATO instantly moved to East Germany. Then Clinton came along, expanded NATO right to the borders of Russia. Now there are the new Ukrainian government, the government after the overthrow of the preceding one, the parliament voted...
Self-determination of countries? How silly.
I think 300 to 8 or something like that, to move to join NATO.
But you can understand why they would want to join NATO. You can see why Petro Poroshenko's government would probably see that it's protecting his country.
No, it's not protecting. Crimea was taken away after the overthrow of the government.
Imagine being to the right of Chomsky Honk while claiming to be on the left. You guys ready for some quality cancer?
I am pro-NATO now. I am. I legitimately feel like NATO in its
Cringe.
existence really doesn't do anything to materially suppress the cause for socialist world.
This is what happens when a person from the US that has no clue tries to play an expert on Eastern European politics.
Worldwide today, and I feel like the insistence on hyper-fixating on NATO
Hate
from the perspective of a
watchers.
leftist
True.
has been a psyop in favor of the Russian government. I really
Okay, so time for me to explain why exactly Vosh is absolutely wrong about absolutely everything.
Oh.
NATO was created after World War II as a counter to the Soviet Union and the Soviet-occupied Eastern Europe. It was a military alliance.
Occupied Eastern Europe. It was a defensive alliance against the threat of occupying more countries. You've said it yourself, you idiot. Eastern occupied.
That was created in 1948, immediately after World War II, explicitly as an anti-communist organization. You had members.
No, it was created. Oh my gosh. A dog barking straight into my ear. Thank you for that. It was created as a defensive pact, you know, against annexation of countries. I can't believe that he just said himself, Eastern occupied Europe.
Members of the SS, high-ranking ex-Nazis that were integrated into NATO as officers and high-ranking officials within it, as well as the UN. On top of that, you also had a number of Nazis which were, of course, absorbed into Western intelligentsia. You had the fucking Gestapo that basically became the BND. Like, West German intelligence didn't just absorb the Gestapo, it basically was the Gestapo. So yeah, no, it was originally created as a counter to the Soviets and eventually the Warsaw Pact. The Warsaw Pact was created as a counter to NATO, and throughout the course of the Cold War, the NATO was
Yeah, and guess what? Do you know what the difference between the Warsaw Pact and NATO was? NATO is a defensive pact. The Warsaw Pact, you know, was used offensively against countries that wanted to get any type of freedom. 1968, the invasion of Czechoslovakia. That said, right, Czechoslovakia just wanted to introduce some reforms to give people more freedom. And so it was decided that it had to be invaded by the Warsaw Pact. And do you know what the pretext was? That's right. The pretext was that NATO wants to invade Czechoslovakia actually and take it over. And that NATO controlled Western Germany wants to invade, that it's there any moment, ready to attack. And so, I kid you not, because of NATO, quote unquote, the USSR was forced to perform a special operation in Czechoslovakia. Damn. History likes to repeat itself, doesn't it? Being threatened by NATO? Check. Special operation? Check. The only difference between 1968 and now is that fortunately, Ukraine is able to defend itself, where Czechoslovakia was not. But that's the only real difference. That's it. But go on, tell us about how great the USSR was and how evil NATO is. Also, Russia's a lot weaker than the USSR. True.
was basically their military alliance. It was an anti-communist military alliance that has been routinely bombing countries for decades, along with the United States.
What was the goal of forming NATO? It doesn't tell us much to say that it was an anti-communist alliance. What was its goal? Well, you're not gonna tell us, are you? Because the goal was pretty simple. A defensive alliance, but, you know, high quality, high effort video essay over here.
And with the fall of the Soviet Union, they just moved in to absorb Eastern Europe. But anyways.
Oh.
And just a friendly reminder.
Oh, we're just gonna, you know, quickly just mention that in passing. Let me hear that again.
Eastern Europe. With the fall of the Soviet Union, countries for decades, along with the United States. And with the fall of the Soviet Union, they just moved in to absorb Eastern Europe.
Absorb Eastern Europe, huh? What does that mean? Absorb Eastern Europe. It was occupied by the USSR. You said it.
But anyways. And just a friendly reminder.
But anyways.
Internal documentation has shown that the collective of Western leadership in 1990 explicitly gave loads of reassurance to the Russian leadership that there would be no reason for NATO to expand eastward with the end of the Cold War, and that Russian geopolitical security would be respected. But as we have seen, this has not been the case, and the West has only continued to pressure Russia and then back them into a corner geopolitically since the fall of the USSR and the end of the Cold War. Documents on screen very much related. So that was the reason, that's literally the reason why NATO was created. It was created explicitly as an anti-socialist, anti-Soviet org.
So what was its purpose? You're not gonna say it, are you? You haven't said the purpose of its existence once. Well, that could be leveled at non-compete for not letting Luna defend herself. What if this guy denies the Nazi went to South America?
And now it's basically just there for the money laundering through the military-industrial complex. For example, now all NATO countries, I believe, are required to spend at least 2% of their economy on military spending. And ever since Russia invaded Ukraine, we have been seeing every country in fucking Europe just say, you know what, we're going to rearm. We're going to just start spending a shitload on money. And guess what that does? It saps from social spending.
I really do. I genuinely believe that, and I don't care anymore.
Well, maybe Russia should not have invaded. Maybe Russia should not have invaded.
All the imperialist action that NATO has taken is something that could have effortlessly been done by other just European or American military actions without the help of NATO.
Why the hell would the military need to launder? I don't know.
NATO itself doesn't facilitate anything other than protecting countries in Eastern Europe from aggression from Russia.
NATO does not exist to protect the countries of Eastern Europe from Russia. On the contrary, it is thanks to Russia historically that the Eastern European countries even have their national sovereignty back in the first place.
Excuse me?
For one, after the downfall of the Russian Empire, the Soviets would go on to do literal land back, giving regions like Ukraine their own territories, and for two, it is once again
land back. Do you mean with Lviv? There was a majority Polish city. What was ethnic cleansed to not be anymore? Land back. Are we talking about Vilnius? That was a majority Polish city. Or was turned into a non-majority Polish city? Land back, you say? Oh, interesting. Can you back it up with any, you know? Can you elaborate? It was only thanks to Russia that countries even exist. Oh, Ukraine land back. Ukraine that was not allowed to exist by the Soviet Union and it was absorbed into it. You know, People's Ukrainian Republic, People's Republic of Ukraine. What happened to that? Oh yeah, it was dissolved by the USSR.
Again, thanks to the Soviets, that the Eastern European countries were pulled out from the medieval era and rescued from their own fascist governments. Now,
People's Republic of Ukraine, typical fascistic government.
not only that, but after World War II, it was the Soviets that would subsidize them and help them develop their own self-sufficient economies.
Oh, do you mean when the USSR made Poland its puppet state, took away a big portion of its eastern territories, forbade it from taking the Marshall Plan, forbade it from taking reparations from Germany? Do you mean that? Do you mean those good old times? Thanks, Russia. Thanks. What would Poland have done without you? Oh yeah, that's right. Poland would have taken Marshall's Plan and would have taken reparations from Germany. That's what it would have done. Thanks, Russia.
And now that communism has been dismantled, most of Eastern Europe has been transformed into neoliberal anti-communist vassal states, rampant with fascism and wholly economically dependent on the EU. Okay, so this is the equivalent of arguing that there's a Pepsi. I live in a third world country, and a Pepsi plant has been built up.
You know nothing about Eastern Europe. Land back.
Stream up the river where my village is at, and this Pepsi plant is polluting the fuck out of my stream. Myself and everyone in the village is contracting cancer. We're getting cancer. There's lead in our water. Getting lead poison.
We are surely getting cancer right now.
People are dying earlier and earlier, and Vosh comes along and he's like, "Well, yeah, they may be polluting your water, but if that Pepsi plant wasn't there, have you considered that if it would be a Coca-Cola plant there instead? Or a Sprite plant? Or a Mountain Dew plant? It was going to happen anyways."
Ah, yeah, that's exactly what Vosh is saying.
And, you know, they're producing a really good product. You know, people like their soda, so just get the fuck... Like, dude, this is straight up a fucking imperialist apologetics. Like, this dude's, like, straight up a fucking pro-imperialist shill.
Says the person that said that annexing a country's territory and absorbing it is land back. For real? Are you for real?
Like, this is such bullshit. Like, okay, if America didn't try to genocide off the natives, maybe some other European empire would have. That
Are you really going to talk about genocides?
That doesn't change the fact.
The special operation against Polish people, 1937, 1938. One of the blessings that the USSR gave to Eastern Europe. Genocide.
Fact that, like, okay, that's a dumbass hypothetical. We should still oppose it because it is a wing of imperialism, and it is imperialism which we must oppose.
Yeah, you got owned in a debate. And now you have to resort to just commenting with a friend.
100%. I will take it. Yeah. I don't think NATO does that much at all, really, except for prevent. And this, to my knowledge, right now, what NATO does presently is prevent Russian imperialism. That seems to be the thing it's doing. Just admit you're a social democrat then and quit masking socialist. So you don't even know. What does socialism have to do with this? You don't even know. You don't know what these terms mean. So
Yeah, no, that's just straight up bullshit. NATO's been the one doing military buildup and encroaching closer and closer on Russia's border, not the other way around.
Ah, yes, NATO was gonna invade Russia. The nuclear power. Ah, for sure. For sure.
Russia hasn't really, I mean, up until now, Russia has not been fucking going around just conquering, like directly intervening, conquering and absorbing territories and threatening countries left and right.
Is that so? Georgia? Didn't Russia do an invasion a couple of years prior to Ukraine? What do you mean? What do you mean Russia has not been annexing or invading territories left and right? It literally has. Are you an idiot? Do you have to do high effort? You need to do a high effort research into Russia's post 91 history?
Right, militarily. The reason why it went into Ukraine is because it was threatened, backed into a corner, and pushed into doing
yes,
so. It's so unbelievably incorrect. Like seriously, the dude is just such he's Russia-phobic. Like, well, we need NATO to protect us from the big bad barbaric Asiatic horde.
Ah, yes. Russophobic.
Like it's
they were pushed into doing the genocide, you see.
Straight up xenophobia and Russophobia. Is there really any difference between this asshole and a neocon? Just saying.
And this is the psyop. To you, socialism is when things sound anti-American. That's what it is to you. That's why there are so many online leftists who are hand-wringing at opposition to Russia, when Russia is more capitalist and fascist than the United States by almost...
Another stupid point. Like, this dude is just a non-stop bad takes factory. He's a bad takes factory. Like that.
How ironic.
That's not even like remotely fucking true. Again, Russia's not the one going around starving poor nations to death with genocidal sanctions. They're not the ones going around
how ironic
overthrowing sovereign governments and coups. They're not the ones militarily invading left and right. Yeah, they're an imperialist power, but like
yes, Russia has not been doing any invasions.
Like, this is like, you know, this is like being covered from head to toe in mud and just completely covered in like a 1-inch thick layer of mud while pointing to the person over there who's got like a tiny stain of mud on their t-shirt and being like, you're covered in mud. You know, it's so stupid.
It's whataboutism.
It is. It's pure whataboutism. And like, why?
What?
It astounds me like how people take this dude seriously. Like,
I guess you're just jealous.
People really think this guy knows anything.
It's okay.
About anything. Like, he's just a
says the self-professed expert on Eastern Europe.
Pro-imperialist, pro-NATO shill.
Yeah.
Every imaginable metric, it is farther from socialism than the U.S. Russia makes the U.S., in comparison, look socialist. This is not a high bar to pass, okay? They managed to fall below it nonetheless. That's not my fault. Acknowledging that doesn't make me an imperialist. It is simply a statement of fact. I have yet to see anyone provide for me a convincing argument. What exactly does NATO do that is imperialism? Please let me know.
Oh man, I can name quite a few examples.
Serbia.
Dude, aren't there like several?
Libya.
There are several countries that the U.S. and NATO are like bombing at this time. Libya, Yugoslavia. Those are just the ones that immediately come to mind. Let's see. Let's do 1999 present. So Serbia and Kosovo since 1999. And then we have Bosnia. So yeah, Bosnia, Herzegovina. Then we have their operations in Macedonia, U.S. airspace, Mediterranean Sea, Afghanistan, Turkey, Pakistan. Oh, look at all these countries.
They don't care.
I mean, NATO isn't the primary military arm of imperialism. That would actually be the United States. The U.S. is the one that does the bulk of it. NATO was created as a reaction, as a bulwark against the Soviet Union in Europe. That's the reason why it exists. But otherwise, yeah, no, it routinely bombs countries as well. Don't kid yourself.
Oh, you know, you've
like fucking Switzerland and Germany. Like they're in the process of pumping like billions of dollars of arms into Ukraine as we speak. Switzerland arms dictators. Same with Sweden. Like these countries.
How dare you support Ukraine against the genocidal regime?
Fucking export a shit ton of guns and back and provide support to reactionary governments all over the goddamn globe.
Like
they are
Ukraine.
Facilitating to make the world an objectively worse place. They are backing these fucking anti-communist, far-right, right-wing dictators that are explicitly anti-socialist and anti-communist, Bosch.
Can you give us an example of dictators that are being fascistic, that are being supported?
Same with the United States. NATO does it too. They both do it. It's just NATO less so. So, like, how can you honestly sit here and be like, NATO doesn't hinder socialism at all? This is the dumbest fucking take. Like, fucking seriously.
Yugoslav and Libya. Okay, fine. Well, the European powers would have been incentivized to do that either way. The NATO alliance wasn't the thing that allowed that to happen. It was just framed through that. It seems a little
dumb. Again, back to my original point. Oh, there's a coke plant that's polluting the water, poisoning all the villagers in my hometown. Again, well, if it wasn't a coke plant, it would be a Pepsi plant. Yeah. I mean, what kind of fucking ridiculous fucking point is that? Like, yeah, it doesn't change the fact that it's still
Debate him. Debate him. Go on. Debate him then.
Happening and it's still being done. NATO could be called Kurgo Blitz for all I cared. It could be called window glasses. It could be called lamp shading. It doesn't matter what they fucking call it. It's the institution, and it still needs to be frustrated and opposed. This is a complete and total non-argument. And like him harping about anti-Americanism, being like, it just sounds like a vessel, like for people to be anti-American. Anti-Americanism is based. America is, for all intents and purposes, the great Satan. Guys, this is what an American exceptionalist and a national chauvinist looks like.
Yep.
Odd to frame it that way. Hassan was talking about NATO. This is the level of brain rot I think people are on right now. Hassan was talking about NATO as though NATO invades countries to make them a part of NATO, like it's an occupying force. And his audience is many times larger than mine. So I think a lot of people, that's what they think of. Like, well, what does NATO do? Well, NATO invades countries and bullies them into joining. Well, no, you petition to join NATO. What?
Yeah, no, not how it works at all. Not how it works at all. NATO.
You don't petition to join NATO? Not how it works here? Okay, how does it work then?
Absolutely fucking bullies countries.
NATO bullies countries into joining. That ought to be good. Okay, tell us how NATO bullies countries into joining. That should be interesting. First point is that if it's not NATO, it's something else, and for so long as here a nation like Russia existing, then something like NATO will exist, right?
Either directly or indirectly into joining it, like, because you don't really have a choice.
Can you give an example?
You either kowtow and get in line with the Western hegemon or Western colonial bloc and submit to austerity and economic restructuring, or you don't do that. And they just sanction you, and they just make life very difficult for you. So, I mean, there isn't really much of a meaningless...
I wasn't aware that Ukraine was sanctioned. I wasn't aware of the brutal sanction that Ukraine was under. I must be very ignorant on Ukrainian history if I was not aware of the NATO sanctions of Ukraine. Because it didn't join NATO. How silly of me.
Choice. Like all the Eastern European...
Sweden and Finland were so heavily sanctioned till just recently. True. My goodness. Crippled by the sanctions.
Countries were in fucking shambles. Many of them opted to get absorbed into NATO because they needed some kind of economic support.
What does that mean, absorbed into NATO? I'm sorry, your pet country USSR, that did the absorbing. What does that mean to be absorbed into NATO? NATO isn't some empire that absorbs countries.
I mean, shit, dude. I mean, you've got like Poland and a couple other countries like
Poland.
Estonia that are just propped up as fucking Western client states, more or less. Just they're just vassals to the EU now. So like it's just so stupid.
Can you elaborate on that? Vassals to the EU, huh? We're not gonna get an elaboration, are we? How interesting. Because Poland was totally not a puppet state of the USSR, by the way. Between after World War II and 1989, totally not.
Oh, like, dude, they absolutely do. It's through combination of foreign direct investment, other types of investment. The reason why they fucking went in and bombed Gaddafi is because he threatened their hegemony. He was trying to establish an reserve currency for Africa, and he wasn't willing to play ball. He wasn't willing to kowtow. So
Is that so?
we ended up destroying his regime. We just went in there. We had NATO bombs, murder a bunch of people, plummet the country into chaos, and we fucking had Gaddafi raped to death with a knife by Western assassins. So yeah, no, dude. He's a fucking, like, imagine thinking this guy's a socialist in any meaningful capacity.
What does that do? The argument I keep running into is that NATO is basically America. Okay. The powers in Europe are aligned with America anyway. If they want to join NATO, they're already in our geopolitical hegemon. If you say like spreading the interest of NATO is part of the US geopolitical hegemon, then okay. If they want to be a part of it, that's part of their national sovereignty.
I'm just going to skip ahead because he's not making any arguments here.
Okay.
You know, apart from the arguments that he's making here, that we just heard. But apart from that, he's not really making any arguments. Self-determination, that's not an argument. Vouch.
That's like, well, in order to be a part of this geopolitical hegemon, like, you need to have the thing every country has, and no country is even close to not having. Well, yeah, of course, right? Like, yeah, the USSR had a market economy. I mean, there's no alternative to that, you know, at all. So the Warsaw
Soviet Union had a market, but it did not have a market economy. It had markets, but it didn't have a market economy. Whenever you're exchanging goods, whenever there's trade, whenever there's money involved, and there's circulation of currency and commodities, you're gonna have markets in some capacity or another. Like, so again, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I got him to admit on stream that he doesn't even know what markets are. He doesn't know anything, dude.
No, you didn't, you idiot. Did he just directly refer to the Joker laugh moment? Unironically? You don't even know what markets are! Oh my goodness. He's bragging about that moment? We gotta animate it. We have to now. True. True! That's actually our project. You're right. That's true. But I actually have to prioritize fake Alec Kyle Parker's what's it called? Commission. That's the word. The word is commission.
Yeah, he himself admits he doesn't read theory, so.
He doesn't know shit, and people want to look to that point where, you know, I lost my cool and I laughed at him, and so cringe, so cringe.
Hey, what's
yeah,
cringe?
No, I'll tell you what's really cringe is someone who is a self-proclaimed market socialist.
You said you were drunk. stop digging your own grave? You said you were drunk during that conversation. And now it's like, oh, well, I lost my temper and laughed. Okay.
Not being able to provide basic economic definitions for the point of engaging in a debate. He's a fucking idiot. Like, again, why
He
people
is the
take this
idiot.
guy seriously is just beyond me. But anyways.
Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. That's just sad.
What was he going to say about the Soviets in Warsaw? What else can I debunk here?
Debunk here.
There's no alternative to that, it's at all.
That's capitalist realism right there, my friends. There is no alternative to the market. It is also, once again, not objectively true. The USSR was a centrally planned economy. The nations of Eastern Europe were all centrally planned economies, and using rational economic planning, they were able to grow their economies linearly for decades, boom-bust free.
Yes. Poland grew so much with its food shortage, with its food stamps, when Western Germany had to gift food packages to people with chocolate that was never seen in Poland. Oh, such growth, such beauty. Amazing. Amazing.
All while securing full employment, healthcare, education, housing, food, and basic economic security to their people.
Yes.
Basic economic
food shortage, food stamps, good old times.
economic security that you do not have under capitalism. Bosch wouldn't know anything about that, however, considering he's an obese trust fund baby from Beverly Hills who probably lives in a rich, safe neighborhood and is...
What is your background? Exactly. What is your background, Mr. Proletariat Worker, Fighter Socialist?
Never known a day of hunger in his life.
Have you known a day of hunger in your life?
So the Warsaw Pact is okay?
Have you? Press X to doubt. Feel free to disprove. I bet this dude was born in privilege. I bet you.
Okay, because the countries were aligned with the USSR.
I bet this person has never wanted for anything.
The concept of countries choosing to enter a defensive alliance with the Soviet Union to protect themselves against invasion is great. Did the countries in the Warsaw Pact all choose? Hey, are you familiar with your history? Are you familiar with the history of the term tanky? When the USSR had to roll in military forces to force countries to stay part of their hegemon?
An asinine...
That's true. 1968 Czechoslovakia.
Points. Every state exercises authoritarianism to some degree or another, and the degree to which the state has to rely on direct naked force is in proportion to the degree to which that state's ideology is entrenched into the culture, as well as to the degree to which the state system is able to buy the social peace. Boss just doesn't see it because nothing that he says or does actually...
Let's hear that again. Before I explain why this is stupid.
Threatens business as usual, and on the just degree to which state exercises authoritarianism to some degree or another, and the degree to which the state has to rely on direct naked force is in proportion to the degree to which that state's ideology is entrenched.
The state only has power over its own territory. So this whole ramble has nothing to do with the USSR's invasion of Hungary, invasion of Czechoslovakia. What does the state have to do with what? What does the state being reactionary to some degree, or how did he put
culture
it?
Is in proportion or another points. Every state exercises authoritarianism to...
Authoritarian. What does the state being authoritarian have to do with invasion of other countries? You idiot. You don't even follow the example that was given. Because if you would look very bad. I've been lucky to not really experience financial stress or hunger growing up. I don't think that makes someone boogie. I think it makes someone, I'm not sure what you mean by boogie. I think it makes someone boogie to laugh at Vosh, for example, for not having felt hunger, while the person laughing at him probably did not suffer many hardships either, is what I'm saying.
Some degree or another, and the degree to which the state has to rely on direct naked force is in proportion to the degree to which that state's ideology is entrenched into the culture, as well as to the degree to which the state system is able to buy the social peace. Boss just doesn't see it because nothing that he says or does actually threatens business as usual, and on the contrary, he's a privileged, wealthy white guy who directly reaffirms liberal hegemony, so he's going to be materially...
And you're not?
...really rewarded for his speech and advocacy. Here's the truth. The reason why the US and Western Europe didn't have to rely on direct force as much as the Eastern European countries have are for a number of reasons. For one, people are...
Oh, so the USSR was just forced to invade Hungary and Czechoslovakia when Czechoslovakia wanted to introduce some reforms to its system. Oh, that was necessary. Even though the USSR officially lied that NATO and Western Germany wanted to invade Czechoslovakia. A little detail that you're omitting, aren't you? Bosch isn't white, he's Polish, true.
Way more directly and overtly manipulated under capitalism, and thus political repression only seems like it's more obvious under socialism because the state is way less prone to lie to you and brainwash you into holding beliefs which are directly against your own best interests. And for two, historically the imperial core, through its exploitation of the world, can afford to buy the social peace with the spoils of its imperialist plunder. Take the 1800s United States settler colonial expansion out westward, for example. Cheap and free land was directly used by the US government as a pressure valve for class antagonism, effectively bribing the white proletariat and petty bourgeoisie into its complicity with genocide. Exhibit B, look at the rampant activity of socialists and communists in the 1930s during the Great Depression. First, we got FDR.
So, the USSR was just forced to invade. I get it. I think there's kind of disconnect, especially between US wealth workers like Vaj, doctor, engineers, and programmers who don't struggle or lumped in with the owning class. And that bugs me since it reinforces the class war that's used to distract from the owning class. This person knows nothing about Eastern European history. Literally nothing at all. And people treat him seriously. To borrow his own vocabulary. And people treat this person seriously. This is just sad. Depressingly sad.
Again, more bribes. And then second, we got a slew of anti-communist legislation, purging socialists and communists from trade unions, positions of public office, as well as the perpetual witch hunting which transpired.
This has nothing to do with what Vosh said. So to explain why the USSR had to invade the countries that wanted to introduce reforms in its systems, I want to say the West did really bad things. Is that enough? Do you now understand why USSR needed to use direct force? Because the West is bad. That's why. Evil West. Yeah, I remember.
in the 1950s Red
It's high effort. It's, you know, it's called high effort video essay.
Scare. My point is that being a wealthy first world nation with a population which directly benefits from settler colonialism and imperialist plunder tends to ramp down the needs for political repression in the direct sense of the term. For more detailed analysis on this subject, I recommend Settlers by Jay Sakai, or An Indigenous People's History of the United States by Roxanne Dunbart. Back to the first point again. The notion that the
And that has to do with USSR invading Czechoslovakia. How?
United States and Western Europe don't repress the shit out of people and their political enemies is a complete and total lie. There's a long history of intelligence agencies infiltrating, breaking up, arresting, blackmailing, and even assassinating leftist political activists and organizers going back well over a century. From COINTELPRO to the multiple Red Scares to Operation Garden Plot, where the U.S. was planning on unleashing the army on dozens of cities to crush civil rights activism, to the direct backing and enabling of Pinochet, the Mujahideen, and dozens of other far-right dictators on our tax dollars, to the mass killings and genocides backed by the CIA, murdering millions of socialists, communists, and labor organizers around the globe. It's amazing to me that Vosh is at the very least nominally aware of these facts, and yet only selectively applies this liberal moralistic standard to Russia and China, while feigning sympathy to North and South American socialism. It's almost like the guy's an Orientalist or something. At the very least, that's the kind of sentiments and implications which you can derive from his rhetoric.
Orientalist.
Because I have never seen anybody go to the degrees which he has to shit on these countries, as well as socialist projects who hail from them. Like, take the
Russian people are not Asian. What?
United States, for example. Let's say you see socialism emerge in some U.S. states, and there are U.S. states that are voting to succeed and they're voting to break away. Like a block of U.S. states, You think America is just going to consensually let that happen? You don't think America is going to roll in with the tanks and roll in with the military to stop that from happening? Like, considering the degree to which the U.S. government has stomped out socialism, like, literally fucking everywhere. So, it's okay when the U.S. government does it. It's okay when fucking America...
It's okay when I create hypotheticals when the US does it. But why is it bad when the USSR actually does it?
Goes around stomping out socialism and just so they can impose capitalism. But then when, the Soviets move in to thwart a potential uprising which could lead to capitalist restoration.
Potential uprising is when the legal government introduces reform. This person knows absolutely nothing about history. This is so pathetic. Potential uprising.
And create geopolitical holes in their national security. It's a bad thing. No, dude. Every state exercises force and authoritarianism to some extent or another. The Soviets needed to do it more because they were not wealthy enough and because socialist psychology was not entrenched enough. Socialism actually requires you to have strong leadership. It actually requires you to have ideologically committed political thinkers and bureaucrats.
Socialism is when strong leadership. What part of Marx are you quoting that from? What page of Marx are you quoting that from?
Bureaucrats and officers and leaders, people that actually care about a cause greater than themselves. That's what it actually requires in order to function. So, when you liberalize and when you give people the ability to just liberalize and do whatever they want, you're by design going to get cynical opportunists that are just going to try to ruin it for everyone so that they themselves can get fucking rich. It's class warfare, my friend.
Yeah, and plus the United States, they did very similar things. Like they didn't do it on the same scale. I mean,
literally.
like they didn't, literally roll in the tanks or anything like that. But we already know about Operation Gladio. We already know about the United States covertly supporting far right terrorists in Western Europe during this time. I mean, they were supporting, like the United States was supporting fucking Franco, a literal fucking fascist who was engaged in something called white terror in his country, where he had literal concentration camps and shooting
I
people.
wish Carasso was here. Carasso is quite knowledgeable about the history of Hungary, obviously.
Pinochet is another famous one. The White Army, the White Guardists in Russia had like the universal blessing and backing of the Western colonial powers. But yeah, no, I agree. Defending NATO and upholding and identifying with imperialism and pushing American exceptionalist
yeah.
propaganda to trigger and own the tankies. Exactly what I'm talking about. It's funny how anarchists say tankies not socialist when they're bourgeois individualists that always side with liberalism. Yeah, it's called that, my friend, is called projection. It's pure projection.
Indeed.
When you hear these fucking anarcho-liberals, like,
Indeed.
I kind of differentiate. You have true anarchists, and then you have the anarcho-liberals. Vosh is what I call an anarcho-liberal. Basically, these people...
And you're a genocide sympathizer. I also differentiate. Okay, you're a genocidal regime sympathizer.
People have internalized petty bourgeois individualism to such an extent they can't see the forest for the trees. Anything Bosch says about us not being actual socialists and us being basically against the interests of the proletariat, anything he says about Marxism, Leninism, or actually existing socialism is pure projection. He knows not what he's talking about. By his own admission, he doesn't.
Wait. Anything he says about Marxism, Leninism is pure projection? What are you saying? That Vosh is the Marxist-Leninist? What do you mean?
Read books, so...
To my knowledge, we have not recently invaded France, though we should, to convince them to stay with us. In fact,
we didn't need to. Another point that I'd like to make is to note Vosh's underhanded comment / joke, where he says, quote, "We didn't invade France, although we should after they left NATO," which directly implies that he himself is okay with the use of coercion by the state when it serves his interests.
This person's an idiot. Really? He thought there was... That's just funny. High effort video essayist that treats a joke about invading France as a serious statement of political belief. High effort, by the way.
Once again, this outlines his Western chauvinism, hypocrisy, and Orientalism once more. We need NATO to protect
Orientalism? What? Is France part of Asia now? Wanting to invade France is Orientalism now. Because the French are so Asiatic, as we all know. Imagine thinking ironic Francophobia needs analysis. Well, there we are. Plus Francophobia is Orientalism somehow. Somewhere, somehow in our universe.
From the big, bad, evil Russians and Chinese. Second point. France leaving NATO actually caused a great deal of internal strife and strained...
Okay, I'm gonna have to educate you, fellow traveler, as a person from Eastern Europe. Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth has been called Asiatic. Russia has been called Asiatic. But it's been called that by the West. But I hate to break it to you, okay? It's not Orientalism because Russian people, believe it or not, are actually not Asian. Orientalism.
The relations
Idiot.
between countries within the alliance, enough to the degree to which it threatened its very existence. Case in point, France leaving NATO threatened the foundations of the institution. Now imagine if multiple countries try to leave at once.
Oh! So I guess by your logic, France was then swiftly and genocidally sanctioned, right? Wasn't that what you said? That NATO bullies countries into joining it? And that if a country does not join, it will just sanction the country to death? Surely that's what happened here, right? For your logic to be consistent. Surely.
Or threaten to leave NATO all at once. That would ramp up the pressure even more so. And given the economic problems and technological lag of the communist world behind the imperialist West, given the multiple instances where this exact same thing was being threatened behind the Iron Curtain, do you now see why the Soviets were poised to do as they did?
We didn't need to, because they're so economically entangled and entrenched with our businesses, and they're still aligned with us. We don't need to worry about France defecting and going socialist, because they're fucking not. The issue is like the socialist countries, Warsaw.
And yet they were not sanctioned after leaving NATO. What a shock.
Weren't as wealthy. They couldn't buy off the social peace with the spoils of imperialism like the Western countries could, and they didn't really have enough time to completely embed and entrench themselves, and in the end, they ultimately got betrayed from above by their own weak leadership that ended up capitulating to the pressure.
UK had their Brexit. They left.
To the pressure of whom? To the pressure of whom? The solidarity movement? The workers' solidarity movement? Are you kidding me? At that point, the USSR was weak as well. You idiot.
Left the EU, and they were allowed to. It was a stupid decision. I disagree with it. I think it was dumb, but they were allowed to.
The Polish People's Republic leadership was far smarter and far stronger than you will ever be, fellow traveler. I'm just gonna say, I don't really like it much, but it was far braver and far smarter than you. Oh yeah, and it also was far more socialist than you. They knew more about socialism than you ever will while we're at it, even though it didn't really implement real socialism. There you go. There you have it. That is my personal opinion on this matter. In fact, the Polish People's Republic was a better socialist country than the USSR.
But yeah, if it was the countries of Eastern Europe and they autonomously made the choice to join up with the USSR and what have you, this is the reason why. And this is the reason why so many leftists online are pro-imperialism, as long as it's not being done by the US, okay? They need...
You don't know what imperialism is. Like, that's such a loaded statement. Like, the bourgeoisie, the capitalist powers of the world, the predominant capitalist powers of the world are constantly trying to impose capitalism wherever they go. So the socialist bloc and the socialist bloc countries should be willing to do the same thing. And
what?
No, it wasn't fucking imperialism. It's not imperialism when you directly subsidize the developments of other countries and help them develop their own independent, self-sufficient economies so that they actually can stand up on their own 2 feet and have some fucking dignity for themselves. So...
You mean like Poland that had food shortages and had to do stamps? That sort of dignity? Amazing. How dignified.
Yeah, again, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's economically and politically and historically illiterate. And for whatever reason, people
No,
treat
that's projection.
this guy like he's an expert just because he's got a deep voice and he's good at
Vosh never claimed to be an expert. That's one. And you are certainly not an expert. Especially not on Eastern European history.
talking.
To downplay imperialism when it's done by their side, so they overstate imperialism when it's being done by the West. For instance,
it's not overstating when you point to the obvious facts that America and Western Europe have done more.
I mean, that's true. That does help. That does help. See, if only Lucy had a nice voice.
Irreparable damage to the world and have directly had a hand to play in the
Irreversible
stomping
damage.
out of socialism everywhere and anywhere that such movements have emerged. It's not an overstatement to point out the fact that the United States has backed numerous genocides, has partook in and is continuing to partake in genocides as we speak.
Yeah.
If any has partook
Because the USSR has never done a genocide in its existence. For sure. The US is responsible for global poverty. Children killed by hunger.
took in and is continuing to partake in genocides as we speak. If anybody is downplaying or underestimating the amount of damage that one side's imperialism has done to the world, it is Vosh and Vosh alone.
Says the Holodomor denier. Hello, Master Maverick. What's going on here? We're talking about our friend, fellow traveler. So hello, Master Maverick. What brings you to the stream? How did you find this stream? I always ask when I see people that I don't remember or recognize. But if you were here before and I don't remember, then apologies. But if you can, then tell me how you found the stream.
Even as modern rival imperialist powers, Russia and China aren't guilty of anything resembling the kind of widespread.
This wasn't my YouTube recommended. What sort of content do you like watching? Do you like games? Do you like politics? Are you a progressive? Do you like history? Do you like languages or art? Vosh sleeps on a giant pile of gold coins, like in that picture. Feels like someone's salty about a certain debate to me. I'm probably wrong.
Spread depravity and inhumanity which the US and Western colonial powers have.
Yeah, gaming videos. I don't ever watch politics videos or history stuff. Well, I'm a combination of all of these things, okay? I do video games, politics, history, languages, and art. So I think you will find yourself at home. See, we're playing Final Fantasy Tactics while watching politics.
Have and continue to do. Of the top 10 bloodiest regimes in history, Russia and China don't even rank on the top 10 list. And this piece of shit Vosh is going to sit here and say that we're the ones.
Is that so? Is that so? Let's check.
Down 10 list. Top 10 bloodiest regimes in history. Russia and China don't even.
Let's see. The deadliest dictator regimes in history, a list. Nazi Holocaust. Stalinist terror. Don't even make the top 10, huh? Okay, this is a list of 10. Let's see if those countries really don't even make the first 10. Oh, but that must be evil propaganda, right? Let's see. Let's see that list. The deadliest regimes in history. Number 1, Maoist catastrophe Mao Zedong. Estimated number of victims, 47,263,1517. 517. So over 47 million. Interesting. Nazi Holocaust Adolf Hitler, 13,674,790. Stalinist terror, 13,038,405. Wow. People's Republic of China, number 1. Soviet Union, number 3. Well, what do you know? They did make the first 10. Was that a lie? By fellow traveler? The Russian Empire is also on that list. North Korea, the Ottoman Empire. I will say though that the British Empire should definitely be on a list like this.
Even rank on the top 10 list.
Is
And
that
this piece of
so?
shit Vosh is going to sit here.
Piece of shit Vosh.
And say that
Vosh should be on that list.
we're the ones downplaying imperialism. Fuck you.
They claim that 2014 in Ukraine, the ousting of their leader was some kind of pro-Western coup. They talk about it like it was a pro-Western Nazi coup, like we literally installed a government. Now this.
No, but we definitely had backing and support. I don't understand how this guy can recognize how the coup in Bolivia, like he's super sympathetic to South American leftists. I don't understand how he can be super sympathetic to Bolivia and nuanced and understanding. Like he understands that Jeanine Inez was definitely a CIA plant, definitely a psyop of some sorts. Like he fully believes and understands the role historically the CIA has played in regime change. He understands it when it's Bolivia and Evo Morales. But when it comes to Ukraine, all of a sudden, it's hard for you to believe that the pro-Russian regime was just conveniently ousted and replaced by a pro-NATO regime?
So those are totally two different situations then. It's simple. Vosh is right and FT is wrong. Ousted.
As I stated before, this is bizarre to me. He understands and acknowledges
You're
the
an
deep
idiot.
history of CIA fuckery and regime change in Latin America, and yet he just conveniently ignores it when it's being done in Eastern Europe. Why? I mean, I wouldn't have a
Because it's incomparable, you buffoon.
problem with Vosh if it wasn't for the fact that he had hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I don't necessarily even have.
Oh. So salty. If only Vosh were not so successful. Why does Vosh has to be so successful and not me, not me? I deserve the success, not Vosh. Oh boy.
Problem with this guy being a bad takes factory and who in active
And you're a good takes factory. High effort video essay.
and spreads imperialist anti-communist Cold War propaganda constantly
Oh yeah.
while reaffirming liberal hegemony. it's the fact that he does this while claiming to be a socialist, and he does this while claiming to be a socialist while having the subscriber count that he does. So to such a perverse extent, he is
Good.
just poisoning the discourse, creating so much confusion, and creating this fucking spawning an entire generation of what I call basically social neoliberals. Like, that's what it is. He's creating a whole generation of social neoliberals, social democrats, social fascists, people who are like left of center
Social
but committed,
fascist.
ideologically committed anti-communists. And
Yep.
it's absolutely fucking cursed.
And pro-imperialist.
So I guess all the communists in Poland after World War I, all the socialists, they were just principally anti-communist because they did not align with the Bolshevik line.
This is objectively, factually not the case. It's very plain to see this is objectively not the case. We had a guy on who tried to defend that point, and it went really, 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 really poorly for him. No one will ever be able to defend that point in a straight-up conversation. It's not possible to, because it's not true. But they have to pretend that's the case because they want us to be the monsters that they justify and defend. We need to be that bad in order for their propaganda on their side to work. Now, hey.
Wow, speak for yourself. Like, dude, it's funny. Like, if you swapped the Warsaw and socialist countries for US and EU and vice versa, that would actually be a way more apt description.
That's so.
So guys, let's go. I got a little PDF for you guys. Triumph of Evil. So here's the list of atrocities and genocides committed by the United States. And this isn't even a complete list. But yeah, India, Filipino, Japan, Korea, Indonesia.
Wait. So when you're being given genocide done by the US, that's fine. But suddenly when someone points out the genocides done by the USSR, you play defense. Isn't that a double standard? I can look at a list of genocides done by the US and say, yeah, those are genocides done by the US, and it's awful. Can you do the same about a list of genocides committed by the USSR? Press X to doubt. I doubt it.
Asia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Iraq, other.
Cambodia.
Not counting the millions of people
Cambodia.
who are starved and killed by preventable illness due to our fucking sanctions. We've got 11 million minimum. Soviet Union has not done anything like this. I mean, yeah, people can point to like
Soviet Union has done nothing like this, huh?
Afghanistan. And I mean, a lot of innocent people died, but they didn't kill millions of people in Afghanistan. No, not even close. And they haven't engaged in anything resembling just like this deliberate, blanket, systematic exterminations of peoples. Like, are you?
Oh, the NKVD Operation 1937-1938. A pretty deliberate extermination of Polish people. Counter it. Tell me how it's not correct. Tell me how it didn't happen. Or how all of the Polish people just actually deserved it. Because they were potential rebels.
Are you fucking kidding me? The Soviets weren't the one raping and pillaging the world. They were trying to help build it up. They were trying to help save it. So yeah.
They were trying to help save it. Okay.
Read Triumph of Evil from this segment's. If you take like the top 10 most bloody regimes in history, Russia and China don't even come within the top 10 ranking. Like, honestly, they don't. Like,
is that
really,
so?
It's really America, Britain, France, Germany, and Spain. Those are pretty much like the top 5. And then the rest of them aren't even fucking, the rest of them aren't even communist regimes. They're all capitalist regimes. Like dude.
What's the rest?
How are you going to fucking sit here and look at freedom fighters like Ho Chi Minh? Look at freedom fighters like Ho Chi Minh or Kim Il-sung or Fidel Castro.
I'm sorry. Don't lump in Ho Chi Minh with Stalin. That is I'm sorry. That's offensive to Ho Chi Minh to lump him with Stalin. That's very offensive to Ho Chi Minh, actually. What a comparison. Unlike Stalin, Ho Chi Minh was not a genocidal maniac, as far as I know. Hey Lucy, how much would I need to donate for you to read my old essay from last year? You can donate however much you feel is the correct amount to support your hopefully favorite streamer. And I will read it, okay? Donate the amount you feel is right, and I will read your essay. My goodness. And yeah, I know the US is awful. But I also know the USSR was awful. I don't have to defend the USSR to say that the US is awful. I guess that is the difference between us. Huh. I guess that is the difference. Let me see. Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the $15, fake Alec Cole Parker. So where's the essay? Or we have to finish this first.
I don't understand like how you're going to look to figures like this and you're going to say like the Soviets are committing atrocities and crimes against humanity. When you consider that the opposite end of it was like the evil reactionary side that was basically feeding all of their people to the grinders so that only like 2 to 3% of the indigenous population could benefit from imperialism, these comprador capitalists. It's so crazy to me. This either demonstrates a massive amount of ignorance on his end or he's just being a propagandist. He's literally like deliberately being a propagandist. Maybe he is ideologically committed.
And you're not a propagandist, supposedly. Spoiler alert, they're committing atrocities now.
Are genuinely convinced that the Soviet Union was what it was. But the thing is, people have tried to come on and explain that it wasn't that bad. I have tried to come on and explain it wasn't that bad, and they actually saved a great deal of lives and did a great
It was that bad. Actually, it was that bad.
Deal of good for the world. I kept trying to explain this. And you want to know what he did? He's just like, oh, I wouldn't talk about saving the world from fascism. They almost joined the fascists and made this loaded fucking argument about the Soviet Axis talks or the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which is totally
true.
It doesn't even fucking prove the point he was trying to make.
Doesn't it? Does it not? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just a fluent propagandist, honestly, if you want me to be quite frank.
Yeah, at this point, I just think someone's fucking paying him. Like, maybe not. Well, actually, he is being paid. He's being paid by all of his dumbass subscribers, but I think someone else is probably paying him.
Ooh, burn.
So, because, no wonder why he's so adamantly against communism. He's a multi-millionaire. He's basically a member of the ruling class.
Multi-millionaire Vash. Excuse me? He's a multi-millionaire? Part of the ruling class? Okay. What? I laughed so hard when I heard that. He's a multi-millionaire. You know, Vash, who recently said, I cannot afford the expensive treatment for my back anymore. The multi-millionaire. He's a trillionaire. Exactly. What the hell? What's happening?
Like, of course, he's going to be adamantly aligned against the interests of the global proletariat. But yeah, no, Soviets, if you actually look at their record and compare it to the US and NATO, Soviets aren't guilty of anything, even fucking touching the Western imperial powers.
Anything.
Like, not even close. Not even close.
Not even close.
Hey, listen, if you care about American
And Vosh, by the way, is a multi-millionaire.
imperialism, if you think American imperialism is so bad, why not talk about the times that it actually happens instead of making shit up, right? Like, why not?
We do talk about it, but then you fucking downplay it or disregard it. Like, you brought up two examples.
Downplay or disregard it. Sounds like genocide denial. Sounds like what you do.
Examples of NATO imperialism just blew them off. It's like just not being that big of a deal.
Yeah.
They're like, dude,
or they're necessary. Yeah.
Like, this is what pisses me off about liberals. They will always condemn something in the abstract.
Projection. They will downplay it as necessary. That's what you do.
Abstract, like, previous acts of imperialist aggression and like previous acts of U.S. fuckery and meddling that have literally resulted in the deaths and immiseration and displacement of quite literally tens of millions of people. They'll always say it's bad in the abstract and say that these things were always bad. Like, but this time it'll be different, right? If we just get involved here, if we do this there, if we participate in a regime
Ukraine asked for help.
Change here, if we do some sanctions there, Bosch is getting his wish.
And Ukraine isn't just asking like the US for help. It's asking anyone who is willing to help for help.
Man, and the Russian people are going to suffer for it because of those sanctions. Bosch is getting his wishes. He's getting his genocidal sanctions, which are probably going to be placed on Russia. So, like, he's just a piece of shit. Like, why does anyone think this guy is left wing or take him seriously at
Why are you so jealous? Why are you so jelly?
all? Like, fucking seriously, dude.
Literally dead.
Not focus on the stuff we actually do. Our support of Saudi Arabia and Israel are monstrous and indefensible. Frankly, the fact that we are so buddy-buddy with China in spite of all the shit they do is also pretty suspect.
There he goes again, implying that us being on anything resembling friendly relations with another world power is a bad thing. Again,
oh, so it's a whoa, okay. It's when it's about China, then you know, it's okay. That's interesting.
xenophobic Orientalist sentiments. China
yes.
bad, Yellow Man bad.
You know, but they wouldn't agree.
How will you square Vosh's Orientalism with his support of Taiwan? How do you square that circle in your mind? Because I have no clue how you do that.
With that, right? All the shit we've done in Latin America, all the shit we've done in Central America, all the shit that we've done, you know, our unwillingness to engage in proper, you know, economic, non-conditional investment in Africa, the fact that we still back the IMF and the World Bank and let them ruin developing countries so they're amenable to American business interests. If you care about American imperialism, which you should.
Okay, so all that is fucking true, but you're still supporting the military apparatus of fucking imperialism. So how does that work?
Like he's still supporting NATO. Let me explain his mindset. This is the mindset of a liberal, right? He's not tackling this from the position that these things are systematically, institutionally bad, but it's not actually because it's an inherent aspect of imperialism. It's because it's being mismanaged. It's not imperialism done right. It's not a good.
That's not what Vosh is saying in the slightest, but well done creating your own theory in your own head of what Vosh is actually saying.
It's not a good intervention. It's not a proper U.S. intervention. It's not a good war. He's coming at this from the mindset of, yeah, all those previous actions are bad and these actions are bad.
This is such projection that I cannot believe it. You were the one defending good wars that the USSR was forced to fight. to keep countries in line. You were the one doing that. What do you mean?
But we need to reform the system. We need to make better imperialism or more friendly foreign policy. We need to reform it so that it's more tenable, it's not as morally, it doesn't hurt our moral sensibilities as much. We can reform it. But the point is that there is no reforming it. And he analyzes it from the mindset that it's just incompetence. Like, the imperialists are just incompetent. Like,
well,
they don't
you like to play defense for genocide. You clearly have no morals.
know what they're doing. Like, that they're incompetent. We're just the big jumbo lumbering empire. This is the analysis Chomsky gives, that America is just a lumbering empire that doesn't know what it's doing, but it actually means well. It doesn't mean to, do a little genocidal sanctions there, a little carpet bombing there, a little economic restructuring here. No, or a little coup here and there. No, it always means well. It always means well. Okay, so did fucking Hitler, dude.
This is also projection. The USSR always means well. It wanted to save the world, you see.
So, in that regard, he's tackling it from the mindset of a reformist. Like, he wants to reform it and make it better. He's tackling it from the mindset where he is identifying with the state apparatus in the US and NATO. Like, he's not tackling it from the mindset of a revolutionary, where really you should be looking to smash these things and replace them with a new regime based on a new set of...
Excuse me? This is a socialist saying that? Socialism when you replace an old regime with a new one? Socialism is when you smash a regime and replace it with your own. What?
Socialist proletarian values? No. So that's the mindset of the liberal. That is the mindset of Bosch. They will always condemn things bad in the abstract. They will always condemn past actions of aggression in the abstract. And
you will not condemn any bad actions of the USSR at all. So I guess that's a pretty big difference between you two, huh?
Because they identify with imperialism in the current system, they'll take the naive interpretation that they can reform it and make it better. And that, though what our government does is bad, even though like what we do is monstrously objectively evil, this therefore justifies us taking a magnifying glass and looking at the bad actions and, misconduct of other governments and other regimes, putting a magnifying glass over it, analyzing it, and then blowing it up way, way, way bigger so that they can try to put it on equal moral footing to condemn that other government and make them out to be just as, if not more evil, or just as a bigger threat to the world as the United States. It's this equalizing they do. It is the liberal moral equalizing which is done so that A, they can provide ideological justification for present acts of aggression as to concern troll for regime change and or demonize rival imperialist powers, and B, downplay their own state's atrocities and crimes against humanity as to trick and manipulate people into thinking these actions...
I'm from Poland. So how does that argumentation work against me? It doesn't. Does it? Sadly for you.
Mark my words, if this were the year 2002, Bosch would be one of the many idiots who were on board with the Iraq War. In fact, I'd be willing to bet my top dollar that no matter how far back you go, using Bosch's logic and framework, you could find all sorts of U.S. interventions and military adventurism justifiable because we need to stop the Reds. We need to stop these evil Russians and Chinese. Vodka, bad. Yellow man, bad. If we were living in the 80s, Bosch would be a supporter of the Mujahideen freedom fighters. If this were the 1970s, he'd be supporting the Pinochet dictatorship, or the South Vietnamese dictatorship, whatever. It is what it is. It's basically like the pot calling the kettle black, more or less.
Exactly. Well said, fellow traveler.
It's equalizing. That way they can justify selectively supporting regime change, selectively supporting interventions and wars and sanctions here and there. This is an imperialist, people. This is the mindset of an imperialist. And with that being said,
How
I'm done.
ironic.
I'm done with Vosh. Let's move on.
It's imperial management, basically. That's what he wants. He wants imperial management. And when you were talking, I was thinking to the Bernie Sanders 2016 and 2020 campaign. Bernie Sanders would have been great for U.S. imperialism. He would have kept this shit going a lot longer than it probably would last. But, you know,
What?
the ruling class just doesn't want to give up even a little bit. Like, they will literally just...
These people are just LARPers. They're literally just LARPers.
They will go out of their way to even sabotage their own interest just for the short-term profit.
Their cosplay, their fantasies about great revolutions while sitting comfortably on their asses in their nice warm homes in the US. Like, come on. So what have you done for the US Revolution? What have you done for the revolutionary effort? Exactly. What have you done? I'll answer for you. You've done nothing. Wait, hold on. I think I've lost... Uh-oh. Oh no, I've lost the character. Oh no. Never mind, I've lost the character.
Profits.
So if you've enjoyed this, press like, subscribe, hit the bell. That was very sad. I'm gonna read fake Alec Kyle Parker's big thing. How do you open a PDF and... So we're gonna read it. You're not gonna be able to see it. Wait, wait. Okay. You're reading fake Alec Kyle Parker's doing theory, even though I was supposed to be paid 100 to skip to theory. We learned that Vosh is bad and someone's jealous of his subscriber count, and actually the USSR was fantastic and was forced to invade all of the countries that it did. Capitalism, the progenitor of American racism. In every nation, certain beliefs and practices target minority groups, and these practices can come from either ignorance or blind hatred. You know what? We're actually gonna add a capture. Window capture. go. Display capture. Okay. While they can act differently, the outcome is always the same. The undermining and harming of these minority groups. In the United States, the most common beliefs and practices that target minorities and racism, an ideology that subordinates an individual or a group based on race. White privilege, a practice that favors and advantages whites over minorities. White supremacy, a system of exploitation and oppression which aims to maintain power by the white ruling class rather than an equal distribution of power among the races. And color evasiveness, a practice and ideology which advantages white people by avoiding the topics and discussion of the race. As a result, preventing the advancement of people of color. Systems or ideologies of oppression or bigotry which target a race by putting it down and raising another can either come from the same progenitor or perhaps even come as a result of branching from one another. The same is true for these three systems and ideologies. Capitalism is a relationship between racism, white privilege, white supremacy, and color evasiveness, an ideology and system of commerce and economy based on making a profit. For this, however, capitalism requires the subjugation of the working class in order for a ruling class to prosper. Through racism, white privilege, white supremacy, and color evasiveness relating to capitalism, it can subjugate minorities for the white ruling class. Racism is a system that subordinates minorities to white people. As a result, it has a natural relationship with capitalism. This system subjects working under a ruling class, as explained by Beverly Daniel Tatum, PhD, in his book, Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria? And other convention about race. Our understanding of racism to prejudice does not offer a sufficient explanation for the persistence of racism. He defines racism as a system of advantage based on race. Illustrating this definition, has provided example after example of how white people differentiate their racial advantage in access to better schools, housing, and jobs. It is being argued that simplifying seeing racism as prejudice is not enough. Instead, it is a system based on advantage regarding one's race. To this, it has been brought up that white people overall have better access to schools, housing, and jobs of higher quality. These factors in a capitalist system can lead to a higher chance of creating more capital. However, as a result, it will subordinate another group, in this case, being minorities. Overall, racism and capitalism's relationship is subordinating a working and minorities classes in order to develop more capital and to keep the ruling white class in a higher upstanding. White supremacy is an ideology of hatred and bigotry. It is an ideology that holds up the white race and subjugates any other race under them. As a result, it naturally bolsters capitalism, a system that holds up its ruling class and puts down its working class, as demonstrated in Gulash Bozas, the origin of the idea of race. Race is also a historical construction, meaning that the idea of race was formulated at particular historical moments and palace of duplicate note in its development are the eras of colonialism. A few. The practice of acquiring political control over another country, occupying it with settlers and exploring it economically, exploiting. The practice of acquiring political control over another country, occupying it with settlers and exploiting it economically, and slavery in America. Race was not an idea that existed during the beginning of time, meaning it was created, it was invented. The quote explains that it mostly popped during the era of colonialism, which were the eras of colonialism, which were characterized as white European nations dominating nations with people of color, and in regards to slavery, slavery and colonialism are critical examples of white supremacy. Capitalism often goes hand in hand with the justification for colonialism, being too civil with the savages or saying that if they cannot defend their nations, it is their right to have it. So the invading nations could plunder their people and resources for capital. With slavery forced the African American population to be placed in bondage, saying, wait. Okay. Saying that they were lesser, a system which produced free labor for the white ruling class. Overall, white supremacy and capitalism are systems used to subject people of color to domination by members of the white race, frequently only for profit. Capitalism as a system makes it almost impossible to move up in the social economical chain or ladder. I think it would be ladder. As it requires a group of subjugated people to be placed under it in a tandem with white privilege. This system awards people based on their skin color and concentrates capital in the ruling class, within the ruling class. As explained in Robert Jensen's Why White People Are Afraid, that fear is not completely rational. If white privilege, along with the other kinds of privilege many of us have lived in the middle class and above in an imperialist country that dominates much of the rest of the world, were to evaporate, the distribution of resources in the United States and the world would change. White privilege was a system that benefits White privilege was a system that benefits minorities, leading to a more robust wealth structure in favor of the ruling class, such as the system of capitalism. The subjection of minorities, putting them into an unfair economic and racial system, leads to there was another word that could be used here. Maybe concretion is, I think you mean the accumulation. Concentration, that's good. Concentration of wealth in the ruling class that grants privileges to said ruling class while denying equality to minorities. True. Overall, white privilege and capitalism work to mind the classes that the ruling class attempts to rule. Finally, part of capitalism in which the ruling class dominates the working class people. However, part of this is preventing any change to the system and past years and even to today. Factory owner did this by keeping workers fighting among each other in order to avoid facilitating a conversation which would result in the workers understanding the actual value of their labor. Its racial counterpart would be color evasiveness. It operates in a manner similar to its economic counterpart, as it is as they are ideologies where white people tend to avoid avoid discussing matters in regards to race, either in ignorance or to avoid changes in the system which grants them their power, as reflected by Bonilla Silva's The Strange Enigma of Race in Contemporary America. However, it is also true facts hidden by colorblind racism, that because people of color still experience systematic discrimination and remain appreciably behind white people in many important areas of life, their chances of catching up with white people are very slim. Colorblind racism is a part of color evasiveness, in which racism is avoided and not discussed, I think, here. It denies the right for minorities to speak out against a system in which they are oppressed, leading to no dialogue shifts and no change in the system. A system of keeping an underclass under the ruling class's control is precisely how capitalism operates to keep its working class under control, by keeping its underclass silent, leading to the ruling class being able to dominate and keep its underclass under its control. Overall, okay, I need to have a sip of water. Oh, apologies, gigglers. Apologies for this show of weakness. But my throat needs a little regen. Color evasiveness and capitalism share a system that operates in its manner to keep those who are not in the ruling class silent and unable to speak out against their oppression. Capitalism, racism, white privilege, white supremacy, and color evasiveness are systems that work to keep the members of the ruling class in power while keeping members of an underclass powerless and unable to change a system, frequently for profit without drastic changes in the system. Both minorities and members of the working class will be dominated by the wealthy white ruling class, fighting amongst each other, leading to further conflict among each other. However, should both minorities and the working class align, then change becomes possible. And so long with it is freedom to choose one's destiny and future. True. True and real. And very nice. Very nice. Very nice Um, very nice essay, I guess. Where's the his essay? I guess if I guess it would be okay if you just correct the mistakes and rephrase some things, but I think it's good. I'm starting to see why Zan didn't read Conquest of Bread on stream. Why? Is it because the throat gets tired? Are you saying Xander Hall did not read the Conquest of Bread on stream because it's like the throat gets quite tired? Okay, now we're gonna do something else for a bit. I'm gonna treat for you. For all of the gigglers that decided to be here still. It's been a while since we've played this. Okay. You don't. Oh my gosh. Console went to sleep mode. I wonder if we'll be able to get it running. Okay, we got it. I thought the essay was nice, personally, but you know. Where's the PS5? A moment. Where is it? Now we have to turn this off. And for that, I have to be able to click on it. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we have it. It's as the essay was bad. It wasn't bad. It was unpolished. I wouldn't call it bad. Oh yeah, we're doing this now. I totally forgot how to play this game. Attack. This is FF16. It's Final Fantasy 16. We're gonna play it in the dark. I'm gonna play it in the darkness. How do I look? I'm gonna be playing it in the darkness. Or no. I don't look good in the darkness. We're gonna be playing it semi-darkness. No. No, it's not. But thank you.
This door only leads to more royalists. We'd better find another one. Take your pick.
Take your pick. Click on the stream because I saw it with the lights off and your face was illuminated by the screen and I thought you looked beautiful. So I shut up even though my head hurts. Oh, thank you.
Just not that one, obviously.
Why not that one? Well, what can I choose then?
How about a window? Bloody show off.
We just old and decrepit, Sid.
Well, we found the Imperial garrison. Right, we're in the royalists left.
Maybe I should make it a bit louder. The pilot's slowly dying. So it's... Tell me if it's too quiet, the game, by the way. I don't think I've unlocked crafting even. I want boy. We can barely hear the game. Here you go. Told you to tell me. Need to change the setup for this. It's quiet. How do I make the game? guess it has to be like this. Does it? The game is so quiet. Wait, maybe I can... There you go. Now we should be able to hear it. Ilya, I'm sorry for making your stream worse. What? What do you mean? Made the stream better. In all the amazing ways possible. It's been made better. Wait, so what was there? That's not even the real Alec Cal Parker. Don't listen. My goodness. That's kinda true. There is a ring to what you're saying.
Damn it. They're everywhere.
Wow. I've been told not to listen. And that you've made the stream better. I'm inclined to listen. You made a truly dark place for once. That's pretty cool. True. Though that means that I cannot see anything. How did you sprint? Trying to remember. One moment. FF 16. How to sprint. Oh. There is no separate sprint button. Fight me. Fight me. Oh my goodness. Exactly like this. Time to end this. Oh. What was a boss or something? It was just a tougher enemy. Let's continue then.
Never were one for half measures, were you, Benedicta? These poor sods didn't know what hit them.
Oh. What's the item that I just got?
Get out. All this bloody running. After them.
Let's go. Well guarded. Attacking an opponent from The front wall, it is guarded. Will deal no damage. Circle the area to make it through certain abilities such as burning blade charge.
Seems they were expecting us. What did I say?
All right. We've done that. All right. This we're doing well. There you go. Uh-oh.
My wounds, boy. A little help.
Level up. Damn. We've done it. We can move forward.
The only way is through the chapel. Then Greg Krieger must have plans for us.
Body height.
What the hell happened here?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Little late for prayer, isn't it?
Do I seem so desperate as to grovel at the feet of a false god? I was waiting for you.
Not for too long, I hope. All this for a midnight chat. Well, let's chat then. Where are the men and women you took from Lost Wing?
You mean where's the dominant? Well, we shall be requiring his services indefinitely. Come back to me, Sidolphus. I need you. Think of all the things we can create together. The world that we can build.
You need me. Your king needs me. I'm all for building a new world. Just not his.
True.
That bastard's dreams are as twisted as his promises are false. And I want no part of them.
King Barnabas saved you, and this is how you speak of him. Have you no shred of loyalty?
What? To a leader who'd use me? Like he uses you.
You know nothing of me, Sidolphus.
You're right. I don't know who you are anymore. Or what you want. I only know what you used to say. That you were tired of running. That you just wanted to be free. Free of it all. You weren't lying to me then, so what changed? What made you think you had to sacrifice who you were to get what you wanted?
Sacrifice. I use my talents to my advantage, and you would tell me there is shame in that?
If there's no shame, then why do you feel so sorry for yourself?
A rousing speech, Lord Commander. I was a fool to believe you might have changed. The only person I feel sorry for is you! I can't do this anymore. If you would stand between our leash and his dream, then you leave me no choice. Goodbye, Sidolphus.
Garuda.
Stand back, Clive.
Damn.
Finish them.
The Garuda sisters.
Well, Sid. At least it's not 3 against 1.
At least not 3 against 1 declares. Uh-oh. Could have sworn there was a move that I'm forgetting about.
She doesn't look happy, Toggle. Come on.
Torgo. All right. Okay, we're doing it.
It's over.
It is over. It's Jover. All right. Is he dead?
Sid, are you all right?
Do I look all right? Benedict 2 will be on her way to collect the Dominant, if she hasn't already. You can't afford to let them leave. Remember, she has wings, you don't.
What about you?
Before or after I catch my breath?
Sorry. Come on, Toggle.
Guess we're alone now.
You grow wings yet? Then you better start climbing those stairs. I'll sit guard here.
Sit guard. How sarcastic. What a maze this castle is. Amazing.
The withdrawal has been signaled. That's enough.
Okay, that's good. I'm gonna use that from now on.
I'm running out of tower.
There's always stuff. Wait. Oh.
How late he wants us gone before sunrise? Twilight will rest.
All right. We need more skills. Potion. We'll need it. You can see we're doing combos here. We have not unlocked many skills yet. I guess the fighting is pretty bare bones now. Oh, we've gained a new skill. What a cinematic game. It has got to be one of the most cinematic FF games. Right? Alright. Get staggered, pervert. Maybe I should redo the tutorial for this game at some point. I feel like I'm missing some stuff. Here we go. Done it. So where to now? I guess here. No. It's wrong. Need to be moving forward. And by forward, I mean upward. And downward. The moment we're going down, we're going the wrong way. Now it's okay. Now it's fine. potion. Boss fight? Or what?
I confess I expected more from the old man. And less from you. This is the second time you've bested my sisters. Men of your talents are rare indeed. Why cost your lot with such undesirables? If it is the hearth you long for, you will find more than enough warmth under my wings.
You know exactly what I want. Hand over the dominant, and I'll leave you in peace.
You would dare to make demands of me.
Yes.
Know your place, little lamb. Fool is the shepherd who heeds every bleat of the flock. And I will suffer yours no longer. Must I spell it out for you, Branded? No one is listening. No one at all! Ah! Come, little lamb, to the slaughter with you.
That was easy.
Where is he? Tell us again.
You pay for that.
Garuda.
Cry all you like. There's no one to save you now.
Doggy, no. How dare you hurt my doggy? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Stay down. Don't touch me.
Or was that mandatory damage? I don't have a way to heal anymore. How do I avoid this?
Bad luck.
Aww. Okay, we're doing well. I may buy a PS5 for this game alone. It's a pretty good game, so I would recommend it. I actually borrowed this PS5 from a friend. It's not my own PS5, but I did buy the game. But yes, I would recommend it. It's a good game. You're studying, you're working, why not, you know, treat yourself? Oh. Oh, damn. Okay, I win. Oh! The Will of Fire, Rising Flames. Residual aether that, having failed to dissipate on the battlefield, has instead manifested into a solid form, not unlike a crystal, or with an element purity that renders its form more potent, if not highly specialized. And its application increases Rising Flames. Okay. That's actually pretty good.
You are but a branded! How? How did you do it? How did you even survive? How?
The answer is simple, Benedicta. He was fighting for something he believed in.
Shut up! Why aren't you dead?
We've played your games. Now tell me where he is.
Who? What are you? Enough of this. What?
Too bad.
She's gone.
What's happening?
Give her back. Give her back. Give her back.
My lady!
Where is she? Where is Garida?
Not with you anymore.
What have you done?
Look at me, my lady. We need you here.
Garuda is like a summon. It's like the spirit that she was channeling.
You took it from her. How'd you do that? Fuck me. I hope the bear has found a way out. Clive, this place is ready to collapse, and I'd rather not be here when it does. If your dominant started this fire, and I'm betting he did, he'll be long gone. Damn it all.
What was that?
I created a diversion as commanded, Your Grace. The villagers escaped in the confusion. As should we.
Yes.
So yes, Garuda is like a summon. One of the great deities in this game. Oh, that's better.
Oh, look. Morning has broken. And here come the cavalry, itching to butcher the bastards who made them miss their morning gruel. Go on. If they catch us leaving a burning care, people might jump to conclusions.
Right.
Power of wind. Clive has claimed a portion of the icon Garuda's essence. Attuning with Garuda not only changes the elemental aspect of Clive's magic spells, but also allows access to several new iconic abilities such as Gouge, a deadly flurry of talons that can tear into opponents for multiple hits. Ability details can be found on the Abilities tab in the main menu. Garuda's Feast. Garuda's iconic feat, Deadly Embrace, can be used to draw smaller, lighter enemies towards Clive. The action can also topple their larger enemies that become partially staggered when their will gauge reaches 50%. Toppling an enemy in this manner can deal significant damage. Changing icons. Press L2 to cycle between currently attuned icons in real time, allowing the more varied assault. Ability. Cooldown times for iconic abilities display around corresponding icon.
Benedicta said you'd taken her power. You don't still have it, do you?
I think I do. I can feel it. It's inside me. Along with the flames.
Well, are you not keen to try it out? What could possibly go wrong?
Isn't that cool? I'd say that's pretty cool. Let me check something real quick. Uh-oh. That's good. How long has today's stream been? Oh my gosh, I'm really like a endurance streamer. 7 hours of streaming. Still a hobbyist though. Oh my goodness. I do my best. I do my best not to be a hobbyist, okay? That might have been a mistake. That's a really cool skill, isn't it? Enemy slain. There are secrets here. Oh. Can you swim? Oh, we cannot swim. You could have used your hand. You did not need to kick it. What a delightful game, isn't it? What a delight. Today I will do my best to unshackle my hobbyist ways.
Oh, it's only me.
Going, Gav, are you trying to get yourself killed?
It's not me who's been playing with fire. Don't do things by
Get it?
halves, do you?
No.
This way. So if it was...
Good question. Someone who didn't have their hands full fighting a bloody harpy, I guess. But what matters is they're safe. Something they wouldn't be had it not been for you, Gav.
Gav.
Just doing my job, like. So, what about his dominant? Gone. And after we were so close. Well, I can track him. Why would you? Sid told us about your family. Lost me onto Imperial Steel. Sometimes vengeance is the only thing that keeps you going. Thank you. Go safely, brothers.
I reckon he likes you.
Maybe.
She's gone. She's gone.
My lady, you have to hold on. We're going to get you.
Go. What am I going to do? Barnabas?
How long to the coastal road? At this pace, we won't make it by sunset.
He'll know. He'll cast me out like all the others. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
My lady.
Carol.
What do we have here?
Fetch a good price, I reckon.
Well, we'd be doing the slavers a disservice if we didn't praise her work.
Stay away.
It's all right. They can't hurt you anymore. Come on, let's go home.
Is this it, Adolphus? My punishment for not listening to you? This wretched world.
This is Garuda.
Sid.
Do you feel it too?
Garuda.
Stop her. Go stop her. I heard it again. Someone is calling me. Damn it, lad. That doesn't mean you have to listen. Should have gone with Gav. Clive, I don't think you understand. That's not just windy weather you're wandering into. Benedicta's rage knows no bounds. And that's on a good day. I don't want to know what's waiting inside that.
But I do. I have to find out. And I'm not turning back.
There are so many. Aye. One for every fragment of her mind.
I don't have any potions. So we're in trouble. Yes. Could use a store.
He's in there. I know it.
You see, it's just like I told you. Everyone made it back safe and sound. That bloke in the road.
I muted to sneeze. Shop.
I don't reckon you'll get it any cleaner than that. But how did you escape the cat?
What can I interest you in today? Ah, yes. I hope it's to your liking. I trust it's all here. I hope it's to your liking. I trust it's all here. Keep fighting the good fight.
Let's go. How do you use this attack? Yeah, I have the Tempest.
Wait! Clive, what's that?
The Dominant. The man who killed my brother.
Are you absolutely certain?
I've seen him every night for the past 13 years. Watched as the flames of his icon took Joshua.
Now! I'm here, and so's Togo. Don't worry about us. You've been waiting for this. Go! Sid!
Forgive me. Where did he go?
Holy moly.
I found you. You called me! Why? Where is he? Where is the dominant?
I'm gonna fight you using your own power. Your enemies will become partially staggered when the will gaze reduced to 50%. Using Garuda's deadly embrace on a particularly staggered enemy will topple, leaving it vulnerable for follow-up attacks.
Flames to me!
I'm beating you, Garuda. Uh-oh. Okay, you're winning. Is Garuda gone? Garuda slain. What? What does that mean? That's impossible. Oh no. Clive killed Joshua? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. That's the secret. The best book. The historical book. Bon appetit. It's 7 a.m. here, so we might have to go to sleep soon. Do you know how long this stream has been? It's like 8 hours. Am I losing all of a sudden? Lucy's devoted. That's right. It's been 8 hours almost. Oh damn, level up.
Control it, Clive! It is you, isn't it, Clive? Stop this! Now! I said stop!
Ramu. I see. When the cape was in tears.
too nice is your problem. Bloody mess, this. The ghost you've been chasing was inside you all along. I'll be damned if I know what that means. Why did you have to listen to him? Benner. This can't be what you wanted, can it?
The protagonist kills Joshua?
King is bold, desperate. Will you engage him personally, Your Highness? Of course. Grigor's breath for your wings. Reform the cohorts. At once.
His radiance is safe. But he has ordered the city guard strengthened. We can expect no reinforcements.
That is of no matter. The Emperor's safety is paramount. I shall deal with our enemies here. All of them.
Damn. Who is this?
It was me. I killed Joshua.
You're awake.
Damn.
You're just full of surprises. First that trick with Garuda, then whatever the hell that other thing was. Didn't know you had it in you.
Do it.
Eh?
Kill me.
It was me. I killed him. I killed Joshua. I killed them all. I'm a monster. And I deserve to die. So end it. End it now. Please. Please. Ah! I reckon I can take it. If that's what you want. But first, I thought I'd give you the benefit of my timeless wisdom. It seems to me, you see, that since you're still breathing, you might as well make yourself useful. Get dressed. Pretty as you are, you're not my type. I'll see you in the hall.
Damn. I did not see that twist coming.
What are you going to do now? May as well hear what he has to say.
Okay. I reckon we will finish for today, okay? We finished the stream for today because it's been... I'll tell you how long it's been. 8 hours. A bit over 8 hours. So, as always, love and solidarity, which I will write down here. Love and solidarity with a heart. Love and solidarity with a heart. And I'll see you actually still today. Okay? I'll see you today still. See you later, alligators. Wow. True. Press on stream.